Just before we start this morning, I want to just thank Senator Morris, who has brought to the Parliament today some 8 students who are in his master's program at the University of the West Indies. Interestingly, 2 of the students are French, with an interest in French Caribbean history and politics. One student is from Martinique with a similar interest. One young lady from St. Lucia, and the others are Jamaicans with an interest in politics and not academic politics either. So I ask you to welcome them. They're going to stay with us for, I think, until 12 o'clock this morning. So I ask you to welcome them. Senator Morris, the future of the country is well secured when you meet youngsters like this. And congratulations to you too on the work that you do with these youngsters.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Minister Papers numbers 96 to 98, entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues for August 27, 2018 and September 3 and 10, 2018. Annual report for the Board of Supervision on Poor Relief Administration for the years 2010, 2011 to 2013, 2014. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Social Development Commission for the year 2015-2016. The Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2018. And for information, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zones, extension of period of Operation Number 5 Order 2018, and the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zones, extension of period of Operation Number 5 Order Resolution 2018 under the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act.
Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions. I'm sorry, Minister. Notices of motions given orally. Sorry, my lady.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. The Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2018. Whereas, by virtue of Section 20, Subsection 1 and Subsection 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 18th day of January 2018, the Governor-General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the parish of St. James, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House, and whereas it is provided by Section 20, Subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica, that a proclamation made by the Governor-General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House, and whereas under the provisions of Section 3, Subsection 1 of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor-General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 for securing the essentials of life to the parish of St. James during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3, subsection 4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives, providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 were laid in the House of Representatives on the 23rd day of January 2018, and in the Senate on the 26th day of January 2018, and whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency declared as aforesaid and the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 remain and continue in force until the 2nd day of May 2018, and whereas it was thereafter resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency declared as aforesaid and the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 remain and continue in force for a further period of 3 months until the 2nd day of August 2018, and whereas it was thereafter resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency declared as aforesaid and the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 remain and continue in force for a further period of 3 months until the 1st day of November 2018, and whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforesaid should remain in force for a further period of 3 months until the 31st day of January 2019, and B, the Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2018. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 18th day of January 2018 shall remain in force for a further period of 3 months until the 31st day of January 2019. And 3. The Emergency Powers Regulations 2018 are hereby continued in force until the 31st day of January 2019. And Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Senate thanks His Excellency the Governor General for his gracious speech delivered to both Houses of Parliament on the 15th day of February 2018, approve the plans and programs outlined in his gracious speech, and place on record its appreciation of the performance of the government during the financial year 2017-2018.
Thank you. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, it is intended today to proceed with the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 resolution, as well as to take the Financial Institutions Vesting of Assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited Order 2000 Validation Act 2018. Having so indicated, Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended in order to Minister to take the motion, notice of which had been given earlier. Those in favour? Against? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as indicated, the first matter on the agenda with which we will proceed is the Emergency Powers Continuation Number 4 Resolution 2018 regarding the continuation of the enhanced security measures operating in St. James. Mr. President, As stated earlier, the state of public emergency in St. James was proclaimed by His Excellency the Governor General on January 18th of this year and has been extended 3 times since then. Mr. President, the last extension expires on the 1st of November, and earlier this week our colleagues in that other place voted for its extension until the 31st of January 2019. Mr. President, we acknowledge as a government that a further extension will mean that at the end of January, the state of public emergency will have been operating for approximately 1 year. But Mr. President, make no mistake, when we consider the state of crime and violence, the threat to public safety, which existed in St. James, having built up and having embedded itself in the parish over years, Mr. President, we should not be surprised that the period is not an inordinate one, nor is it enough. Mr. President, it is important that when we stop, the hydra does not regenerate itself. It is important that the criminals know that they cannot track us, they cannot time us, they cannot wait us out. It is the advice of the security forces, the heads of the security forces, that we are not yet where we need to be. While we've made inroads, the threat to public safety is sufficiently clear to justify the constitutional requirements of the proclamation which we today seek to extend. We trust their advice, Mr. President. We rely on it. And we know that we are working towards the same goal of a return to a safe and secure Jamaica. Mr. President, we are committed to ensuring that insofar as and as much as possible, we provide our security forces with the tools that they require. I think it's important for me at the outset to make 2 clear points, and I may have said them before. In fact, I know I have said them before, but I think they bear repeating in anticipation of the debate that awaits us. One, Mr. President, is that the state of public emergency do not comprise the entirety of the government's plan to fight crime and violence. And secondly, that they are not now the only method of fighting crime being employed by this government. I want to state those points clearly. Mr. President, the government is attacking crime and violence from different angles because we know that states of emergency cannot be the only mechanism used. They comprise an important and useful tool for the most extreme circumstances, Mr. President, which fit within the constitutional scheme. But they are one single part of a multifaceted, strategic, broader design to secure the safety and well-being of Jamaicans across our beloved island. And this design, Mr. President, is a design which is yielding results. Mr. President, it has been stated in this honourable chamber that Plan Secure Jamaica is the overarching national security and defence plan for Jamaica. It addresses matters broadly dealing with cybersecurity, border security, all the aspects that one needs to secure one's country. Crime and violence is one part of the work which confronts us. Of particular importance to this debate and under the rubric of the fight against crime and violence, Mr. President, we repeat once more that the 5-pillar strategy for crime prevention and citizen security is in effect. So in anticipation again of the much repeated assertion that the state of public emergency is the only action being taken, I thought I would again ensure that the record reflect and that persons listening can again hear that under the 5-pillar strategy, the government is pursuing effective policing, strengthening the rule of law and enhancing police legitimacy with the public. We're pursuing swift and sure justice, Mr. President, strengthening and increasing the fact of and perception that justice will be administered for all offences. Mr. President, we're tackling crime prevention through social development, ensuring that social and economic inequalities which contribute to factors which fuel crime and violence are addressed. We're addressing situational crime prevention, Mr. President, reducing opportunities for crime by spatial interventions, such as improving the structure and layout of the physical environment through urban renewal, as well as, of course, the use of technology. Mr. President, we're seeking to reduce reoffending by improving community reintegration of offenders, improving programs in our places of correction, and minimizing factors that may contribute to reoffending. Mr. President, this work is going full steam ahead, but several of these approaches are medium to long-term measures which do not yield immediate results. They are therefore being worked into a scheme. They are being combined with strategies that are targeted measures aimed at addressing hotspots and communities with inordinate and intractably high levels of rampant violent crime. We're on the way, Mr. President. But in addition to targeted enhanced security measures, improving the resources available to the security forces is another vital action being undertaken. We're increasing the recruitment capacity for the JCF through renovated and expanded barracks and training partnerships with organizations such as the University of the West Indies. We're increasing mobility of the police. We're providing greater protective equipment. We've sought to improve the conditions within which our security forces work by building new police stations as well as repairing those which are in need of repair. Minister Clark just recently mentioned 60 priority stations for which budget has now been approved. And Mr. President, additional resources have been allocated to protect our borders in order to fight the flow of guns into our country. This includes the procurement of helicopters and other equipment for the Jamaica Defense Force. But let's also talk about social intervention, Mr. President, because in addition to the significant inroads being made in the targeted areas of the zones of special operation through social intervention and the work of the social intervention committees, there are programs and initiatives which should be always kept in mind, Mr. President. There are initiatives such as improving the resources to the National Parenting Commission so they can go into the communities and address the very root of crime in the homes to address how it is that we build a safer, gentler, and secure society. Mr. President, we have programs like the HOPE program, which is providing opportunities for young people. We're expanding the Uniformed Cadet Corps, and we have created the National Service Corps, and I'm sure persons who have attended some national ceremonies over the past year or so have seen them, these young people resplendent in their uniforms, marching to the beat of a drum, which is now geared clearly towards a safe and secure Jamaica, with them as productive, contributing citizens at its heart. Mr. President, these young persons under the National Service Corps, who are being developed under the efficient training hand of the Jamaica Defense Force, are providing a partially trained pool of young people for recruitment into the JDF and the JCF, and it is otherwise training them in engineering and construction for those who don't follow that path. Mr. President, I know that there are other matters in respect of path, how we're dealing with our brain building programs, the extension of period of time for schooling within our country, CAP and other initiatives which Minister Reid may certainly wish to share with us later. These are all part of the holistic design which will take us on that path. Safety, security, and prosperity. But let us return to St. James in particular, Mr. President. Between January 1, 2018 and October 15, 2018, the St. James Police Division accounted for 79 murders and 88 shooting incidents. Number is high, but it represents a 67.2% decline in murders and a 53.4% reduction in shootings when compared to the same period in 2017. Looking at another set of statistics, Mr. President, in St. James, in 2017, the percentage of cases cleared out of the reported cases of murder was approximately 31.7%. 71 cases cleared out of 224 reported cases. While in 2018, as at the 12th of October, that rate is almost 70%, 69.6%, Mr. President, 69.6%. So it is not only is the murder rate down significantly in St. James, Mr. President, but the clearance rate of reported murders and shootings has doubled. And the significance of this should not be understated. So when we speak of disruption of the gangs, even without naming them or naming the persons who have been charged or arrested, or the numbers, the sheer decline speak for themselves, Mr. President. They speak, and they speak loudly. Mr. President, beyond murders and shooting, the fact is that the clearance rate of reported cases of serious crime, the clearance rate in respect of serious crimes, Mr. President, has increased from approximately 39% to approximately 62%, Mr. President. This can only be described as an unmitigated success. Beyond the statistics, as we always seek to remember, are the people. Beyond the numbers, Mr. President, stand the people of St. James. They are experiencing an improved quality of life. The fear factor has reduced. I know that there are probably circumstances that can be shared by Senator Charles. You may have Senator Sinclair can share some circumstances with us. I'm sure the House, this chamber would wish to hear, and the public would wish to share. But Mr. President, public order is returning. And in addition, public order is returning, yes. And in addition, the tourism sector is flourishing with an increase in tourist arrivals. That, of course, contributes to the ecosystem that exists in St. James, providing legitimate employment and sources which will get the citizens of St. James closer and closer to a life of prosperity. Mr. President, in wrapping up my opening, Mr. President, I want to reiterate that the security forces have been doing an excellent job. All of the crime initiatives in the world could never be successful without the hard work and commitment of our policemen and women and our soldiers, both on the ground, on the front line, and at the strategic level, Mr. President. Quite telling, and this clearly also has to do with, contributes to the increase in the clearance rate, etc., is the improved trust and confidence in the police and the soldiers. Mr. President, the improvements in training and the increase in accountability from the top down, while we have a road ahead, we still have a long road ahead, but they are reaping rewards. So in conclusion, Mr. President, today we're seeking to secure gains made and ensure their sustainability. We are seeking to remove the threat to public safety, which has rather rendered it appropriate to seek the proclamation, the extension of the proclamation made. Mr. President, we still have work to do, but our security forces need our support. The people of St. James need our support, and we must give it to them. It is in this context, Mr. President, that I now recommend to my colleague senators on both sides the regulations and the resolution to extend the state of public emergency. I recommend it for approval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scott Motley. Thank you, Senator Brown. Chivalry, I suspect, is not as dead as we think.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is quite clear by now that we are going to support this motion. The proceedings in this House have become as predictable as an extension, a request for an extension. You see, Mr. President, after time, you have to look beyond words and you have to look to experiences. And although the government protests in very strong terms that they have no crime plan, that they have a crime plan, that the state of emergency is obviously not a crime plan, I embrace the words of my learned colleague, Senator K.D. Knight, when he said, we support it because we have no choice, because we see that that is all you have. You see, the long list of all the initiatives, the Parenting Commission, HOPE, the reduction in the statistics, the clear-up rate, are not allowed to stand on their own. They are placed and posited within the context of the requirement for another extension of the state of emergency. And of course, the people in St. James appreciate it because they feel safe. This state of emergency, which is going to last at a minimum, and I know why I say that, at a minimum 1 year, is deeply and highly appreciated by the persons who live in St. James because they realize that nothing else is working for them. Nothing else has worked for them, and they have no hope that there's anything else on the horizon which will make them feel safe and secure. And when I hear them talk about it, as I'm sure senators from Montego Bay can do, I probe it. What makes you feel safe? One of the comments was that the West has always been deprived, has always been under-resourced when it comes on to the security forces. But now, there's such a tremendous influx that they feel safe. So I ask myself, what is it that is making them feel safe? A state of emergency or enhanced security measures which bring more and better policing to their parish? You see, Mr. President, we have to look at lives saved. Perhaps the statistics of lives saved is not even accurate. Perhaps it's more than is quoted. Perhaps it is less. We will never know. There are lives being saved and there are lives being lost. And I want to explain why I say that there are lives being lost. Since the start of the state of emergency, the records show that there are over 3,600 people who have been detained. 130 have been charged. As somebody who spent most of their time in the criminal courts, those over 3,000 people, what has happened to them and what has happened to their lives? How many people have lost their jobs as a result of this incarceration? How many people have suffered as a result of this incarceration? How many families have been split apart? How many people are going to lose their homes because they cannot afford to pay their mortgage because they have no way of sustaining what they have built? What of those young men who have faced the injustice of just being hauled up, scraped up from off the streets and put into custody? What about them? In fact, Mr. President, in the initial stages, because our presentations have become very predictable. I mean, a psychologist would have a field day in going through Hansard and understanding where it is that we come from and what matters. In the early days, I would say that it is poor black people who are being oppressed and who are suffering as a result of this state of emergency. After I spoke to the president of the Cornwall Bar Association, I had to retract that statement because she told us of an incident when her son, on vacation from college, along with 2 of his friends, went to Wendy's to buy some food. The next thing they knew, they were put in the Black Maria and carted off to detention. One young man was not treated as well as one would like. When, being an American, he protested, "What have I done? What have I done?" He was very sharply and precisely rebuked and told exactly what to do. So it's not just, as I said, poor black people. It's not just them. It's possible to happen to everybody. Mr. President, we want to see a solution. We want to see this monster of crime tamed. We are calling again for discussions at the highest possible level. The private sector organization of Jamaica has been trying to arrange a crime summit so that all the ideas can be fed into resolving this situation. That fell on deaf ears and we've heard nothing more about it. I myself attended a session with them as they sought to explore and get ideas from all kinds of people as to what was needed to tame this monster. Because it affects all of us. It affects our businesses. It affects our life. It affects the way that we wake up in the morning and how we feel about meeting our day. Mr. President, the state of emergency, which has been in the corporate area, has been in existence since September 23rd. Not yet 1 month has passed. 2,460 people have been detained. 2,460 according to the report, which I think was this morning or yesterday. I don't recall which day. 43 remain in custody for questioning in relation to major crimes, and 4 of the detainees have been charged, 1 with shooting with intent. 4 illegal guns have been found and 80 rounds of ammunition. In this recent one, is from September 23rd. I didn't make it up, Senator. Those are the statistics which have been released. So every time you look at the statistics, you have to drill down as to what exactly is happening in a community. Last week, Saturday, we received a report that 8 women were playing dominoes in Rima. They were told to go inside. They protested. As you know, they will protest before they comply. And as a result of that, they were detained. So, Mr. President, I make the point that at the same time as we are reaping success There are consequences which we will have to face. And these consequences are not going to emerge in 3 months' time. They're going to emerge much later when you have an embittered population. You see, the crime statistics as they are presently presented, puts the government and indeed the country in good stead. They look great. Tourism arrivals are up 5%. The whole situation which is presented is that crime is trending down. And everybody feels good about that. One of the things you can do to get people to willingly relinquish their human rights is to use that word crime. To say, oh, it's for crime. It will help us to fight crime, and everybody will comply and say, oh yes, I am willing to give up my rights if it will help me to feel safe. And that's a dangerous ground on which to travel. It is indeed a very slippery slope. The people in the individual constituencies, are taking a different view of their lives. In St. Catherine North, their business people have said how much they are hurting. One hairdresser sent a voice note to a senator here in tears because she says when she has to close her business at 7 o'clock, she has made no money for the entire day because 7 o'clock is when people are just coming home from work and need her services. As for the bar operators, they are certainly short on spirits. There are people who are saying they cannot pay their rent. Their business is shuttered now even as we speak. There are businesses that are going to shutter during Christmas. And I predict to you, there are businesses that are going to close. And Senator Hill should know that this is going to affect the country overall with your growth targets. Because you depend on small businesses, micro businesses and small businesses make a considerable contribution to the economy, and it is part of your growth strategy. But the truth of it is that sometimes, because people are not impacted, they don't care, nor do they understand or appreciate that this is a dilemma for other people. Because they only care about what is on what the headlines say. The Commissioner of Police, in a very rare statement, has said that he needs until after Christmas to consolidate his gains. I would urge him to speak to the country. I would urge him to say, to every now and then, speak to the country so we can recognize his voice and hear from him exactly, not details, but what it is his vision is. There are people in this country who don't even remember what the commissioner's name is. You would be surprised. You would be surprised. But then you see, we live different realities and we meet with different sets of people. So maybe our information is different. But there are people who genuinely do not know the name of the commissioner because perhaps he comes from a different background and he doesn't quite interact as much. Although my late friend, Senator Trevor McMillan, who came from that same background, was a different kind of commissioner. I say that I urge him. I urge him to come and speak to the public a little bit more. So those of the persons who are truly concerned can feel a sense of maybe more security about what is happening. We have been told, it has been said on at least, I can't even recall how many times we have heard this in the Senate, because we have been doing this for over a year, for close to a year now. Since January, we have been involved in this kind of debate. And I feel, it is my personal view, that if the commissioner says that he has reason to recommend that this state of emergency go beyond Christmas. And the leader of government business, minister, always says, we do not do this on our own accord. We are advised by the police. And when you say that we are normalizing the state of emergency, you are wrong, because we are acting on the advice of the police. And when you say that we can't know whether it's working unless we suspend it, then you are wrong, because we know what we are doing, because we are working on the advice of the Commissioner of Police. Then do let us hear from him. So, Mr. President, January 8, 2018 to the 31st of January 2019, a senator made a Freudian slip the other day and said it won't be for 14 years. It will probably be for more than a year. I predict it that it will be far longer than January 2019. Pardon me? I really apologize for my face, which conveys an emotion which I do not feel. I really feel deeply distressed that we over here have little choice, because we are trapped in this situation where we cannot protect the people who we have sworn to protect in a way, because the opposition must speak. They must be the voice of the voiceless. They must speak for those who are underrepresented. They must speak for those who are experiencing the other side of this state of emergency. And I'm deeply distressed that people think that the average black person walking up and down the street, that those 3,600 people who have been detained in St. James are criminals. And I am deeply distressed that the over 5,000 people detained in North St. Catherine, with only 130 people charged from those 5,000, are all believed to be criminals.
No, you have processed them like that.
And that is why their voices have to be represented. But you know, Mr. President, I remember many, many years ago when I started my political career, too long ago to mention, Professor Rex Nettleford spoke to me, and he says, Donna, my dear, the same hands that chair you today are the same hands that jail you tomorrow. And I've made it something that I always keep at the forefront of my mind, because I understand that sometimes the same people who you say you are protecting are the same people who will hold you in judgment. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
One from the same one.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am going to start off in response to a comment made by the leader of the opposition, business, where she says that St. James was deprived of a lot of the resources. And, you know, yes, I know it is true. It is true. And it is out of that we derive the use of the term in reference to Montego Bay, that we are a republic, etc. But you know, I reflect on a comment that was made by a past Prime Minister of Jamaica in 2002, when 3 of the 4 constituencies moved from one side to the other side, moved from being PNP represented constituencies to being represented by members of the Jamaica Labour Party. And the comment that came from the Honourable Prime Minister at the time, P.J. Patterson, is that Montego Bay, St. James was going to suck salt through a wooden spoon. It was an unfortunate comment. It was an unfortunate comment. And you know, Mr. President, the residents of St. James, they have not forgotten that. And the administration of which I am a part, with the care for the people of St. James, Mr. President, have done many things to improve the infrastructure in the parish of St. James. And I will just briefly, so that my friend is made aware of the things that have been done. Because presently, there is road improvement throughout the city of Montego Bay and in communities under the Mid-P program. $300 million being expended. We are experiencing the expansion of the Montego Bay port, the expansion of the Sangster International Airport, the expansion to the BPO industry. Mr. President, the improvement to the Army barracks and the construction of Mobile Reserve West has started in the parish of St. James under this administration. Mr. President, prior to 2007, you could not go into Norwood, you could not go into Providence, you could not go into Lilliput because there were no roads in those communities. Mr. President, since 2007, under the Jamaica Labour Party administration, there has been the improvement of the roadways throughout all those communities that contribute to the safety and security of persons. So, Mr. President, I just want to make, and there are many other things I could say that touches upon the social aspect and so forth, but I won't go any further. But it was just a quick response. But in respect to this particular debate that we have before us, I stand in support of the extension to the state of emergency. And as my friends commented on a previous occasion, where they commended some of the law enforcement agencies, the JCF, CTAC, and the Jamaica Customs Agency, on the interception of the illegal firearms. I also want to add my voice to that and to commend them in respect to the fine. And when I reflect on what was to have happened, because we got reports that there were 119 firearms that were detected in Florida that were on their way, destination Montego Bay. The fine that we have in Jamaica, and that gives me hope that we can conquer the importation of illegal firearms. Mr. President, in respect to those fines, and comments have been made on it, that no stone should be left unturned in determining who the perpetrators are and their accomplices, and to have them brought to justice. And the justice must be swift, fair, and it must come with heavy penalties, Mr. President. And what is disturbing to me is the fact that when you look on the fact that these are coming through a controlled environment, the ports, it must raise significant concern what is taking place in that type of environment. And it has been spoken about by none other than the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Selvin here, where he made reference to the corruption that is taking place at the ports. And it's something that we need to work together, everybody concerned, to ensure that the corruption at the ports is eradicated. Mr. President, the dialogue with our international partners, the cooperation on the basis of the principles of neutrality, we should also seek to improve upon that. Because just as they seek to get from us in the Caribbean and in Jamaica the restriction on the movement of drugs from South America coming through the Caribbean to go into the United States, it is something that we must demand neutrality. We must demand the same type of approach from the government of the United States and Britain, that firearms should not be, or the reduction of illegal firearms coming from north to south and into our space. Mr. President, one should also have to look at the amendment to the Firearms Act. I was doing a look at it the other day. On importation of firearms, illegal firearms into Jamaica, is the penalties. If you were prosecuted in the resident magistrate's court, the penalty, monetary fine of $100,000 and 2 years imprisonment. Mr. President, and if you go to the circuit court, although it refers to life imprisonment, it says that it should be, you have a minimum of 15 years. Now, 15 years when you bring into our space weapons of mass destruction, I think we should look on increasing the possible minimum for the illegal importation of firearms into Jamaica beyond 15 years. We must send that signal to say that we are serious about the reduction of illegal firearms. Mr. President, whilst we also seek to ensure a sustainable reduction in major crime, in particular murder, we must also ensure that the avenues for the supply of ammunition into the hands of persons with nefarious intent be reduced. And in that context, Mr. President, I want to commend the diligent and hard work of the Firearm Licensing Authority and its CEO, Mr. Shane Dallin, and the former Minister of National Security, Robert Montague. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, several startling and revealing information has come to the fore, which would lead one to believe that hundreds of thousands of rounds have found its way into the wrong hands through the legitimate system. And you know, if one were just to reflect on the information that has come out of that, and who is providing the information, the CEO, and what they are doing as a regulatory body under his administration, is to say we have to do proper audits. We have to ensure that we can account for every ammunition imported. And it was disclosed by the former minister, carried through by the CEO, Shane Dallin, that gave us information that 13 million rounds come in, and what is being accounted for is only 5 million. Where does the other 8 million go? And I believe that if that can be controlled, it will go a very far away, Mr. President, in respect to ensuring that we don't have illegal ammunition getting into the hands of persons with nefarious character. But, Mr. President, one also looks at the comments that have been made, and we want to ensure that all the investigation is done, because what has come out, and I heard the recent pronouncements, reports in the media, that spoke to the issuing of firearm permits between the period 2012 to 2015. Mr. President, some of them were really shocking. Amazing. And it is what we want to hear. And don't denigrate the work. Do not denigrate the work by describing somebody as being alarmist. Mr. President, it is refreshing that this alarmist has sounded the alarm in the way that he has. And it shows that a regulatory body can work in the best interest of Jamaican people. So let him keep alarming us. Put in the corrective measures, and that is what he's doing. Mr. President, the sureness of my support for this motion is founded on several things. The reduction in the murders in the parish of St. James is notable. The shootings, incidents of shooting, down by 184. And people talk about costs. How can we place a cost on the lives of people, Mr. President? How can we place a cost on the reputation of Jamaica that was being damaged by the murders and the incidents of shooting and other major criminal activity that was taking place in St. James and in other places in Jamaica? I commend this administration for having the guts, the wherewithal to put in measures, including states of emergency where they are required to bring about a reduction in major crime. Mr. President, while we focus on the incidents of crime in that particular way and murder, we must not realize that there are other types of murders that take place, other than the gang-related murders, but the domestic murders. And in St. James had a particular incident which took place recently, which was put across the media, so I'm sorry not everybody knows the incident to which I refer. But we cannot take our eyes off this issue of domestic violence. Mr. President, our citizens should not be afraid to speak out when they observe the potential for violence within the home. We must not only be a neighbor, but be a neighbor who cares. Mr. President, our law enforcement officers must be more appreciative of these issues when it is brought to their attention. There are some persons who are in the constabulary who just look at it and say, well, guess what? It's a husband and wife issue. And then when we move beyond that and the matter gets into court, one party is going to pull out. And so they tend to not give it the attention that it deserves. Our law enforcement officers must be sensitized to take these reports in a more serious way. The Domestic Violence Act may have to be amended to ensure that what happens in other jurisdictions where issues like this arise, that one party is removed from the home immediately, and not that you have to go the long process of seeking court intervention for the removal of one party to allow for a cooling off period. And there are many other issues and solutions that can be put forward, and I won't detain us on this particular motion, but I just want to commend our Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Honourable Olivia Grange, because she had launched, Mr. President, in last year, she had launched a 10-year national strategic plan to eliminate gender-based violence. And I trust that its objectives will be met and its implementation will be felt through the Jamaican communities in a very short period. But, Mr. President, I continue in respect to why I give support. The number of guns found in St. James is running close to 100 since the state of emergency. And many of the circumstances of the find indicates to us that the citizens are feeling more comfortable in providing information to the police on the location or where to locate these firearms. There is a tremendous reduction in gang activity. Some gangs have been destabilized, Mr. President, not able to operate in comfort. But we must be reminded that the gangs have not yet been eradicated. And that speaks to why we are here today for this extension. Mr. President, the social programs in St. James are on the upswing in communities. And I refer to two. One in Flankers, the recently opened training institute, through the auspices of the Member of Parliament and yours truly. I had to be involved. Yes. Yes. Why not? Supported by heart, we are training within the community, Mr. President, many youngsters in several fields. And it is going to be expanded because we are bringing in tools so that they can be trained in other aspects outside of just bartending and waitering and so forth, but that they can get technical skills in becoming drivers and otherwise. Well done. Mr. President, the police in St. James, especially those that are in the CIB, they have said to me that they are able to investigate in a more detailed way the offenses that take place. And it is what I think you spoke to, leader, when you said the clear-up rate has improved. The police investigators say they don't have to be running from one murder scene to the next. Because of the reduction in murders, they are able to apply themselves and to ensure that they get clear-up rate. That is why I support this extension. Mr. President, the Commissioner of Police, yes, Major Anderson is his name. He has a name. Stated that the SOEs across the island were strategically linked. And whilst I can assume the thought behind the comment, I wouldn't demand of the Commissioner to explain to me or to say it out necessarily aloud as to what it is that caused them to have that view. You wouldn't want to alert the criminals as to what it is all about. Mr. President, it would be foolhardy of anyone to want to disturb a strategy that is achieving a reduction in murder and major crime locally in St. James and nationally throughout the island. Mr. President, this administration continues to take steps to ensure that this downward trajectory is achieved and sustained. The leader has spoken to several of them, and I won't rehash those. But there is upcoming a review of the anti-gang legislation, and I remember Senator Brown, you had said, I believe it was sometime in last year presentation you made, that the anti-gang legislation as it is present needs review. Well, you said it was not being effective, and there are concerns with it, why it is not being effective. And so this review that is going to take place, we hope that it can lead to that effectiveness, and that the 190 gangs that exist throughout Jamaica can be impacted in a serious way once that review is done. In St. James, the administration is in the process now, and the work has started, as I mentioned earlier, in extending the Army base, Mobile Reserve West. The barracks is being done up in the Montego Hills area for the accommodation of additional officers to ensure that there are more boots on the ground in the parish of St. James. That is a strategy of this administration to ensure that once we get beyond the state of emergency, there will be effective policing within the space. The Marine Police base is also being improved in St. James, and one is going to, a JDF base is being set up in the parish of Westmoreland in Savlamar. The CCTV system, Jamaica Eye, is being improved to add coverage for the public space. And Mr. President, I think I made a comment. I'm just trying to recall if it was here or elsewhere. And I saw that one particular leading attorney has taken up the call too, and he has commented on the build out and making it mandatory for all businesses to have a CCTV, at least covering the public space. And in order to do that, and I agree with his comment because it was a part of something that I had suggested, to say that in respect to even Jamaica High and the participation of businesses in Jamaica High, that the government should consider removing all duties and systems that can participate within the Jamaica High and to ensure that persons can afford it, to improve on the affordability of the system. Mr. President, there are some comments that were made in another place by Mr. Mark Golding, Member of Parliament, where he spoke to the regulations under the state of public emergency. And he spoke to the tribunal and the workings of the tribunal. Well, I have seen it at work. I've seen it in practice. And I must commend the tribunal that was appointed for St. James, led by Ian Wilkinson, Queen's Counsel, retired Justice Lloyd Hibbert, and Attorney at Law Dr. David Henry. And they spoke to the entire process, because it is not a situation that persons are just locked up or detained. There is a process that is available, and persons must understand it and appreciate it. And I'm disappointed in some persons who are in the legal field. It's as if they don't want to read. They want things to just drop into their hands and for it to be an easy road. It is never an easy road. But within the regulations for persons who are detained, there's a review process that takes place immediately through the Jamaica Constabulary. And approaches obviously can be made to the police in that regard. I have made approaches to the police in respect to persons who have been detained and would have sought to get that review that is internal done. And it has worked. It has worked. Persons have been released, processed and released expeditiously. But you can also go to the tribunal for review to ensure that the procedure that the police has used in detaining people is working. And if a detention order comes, then you can seek the further review of the tribunal. And it has worked. And the tribunal that I spoke of, they have worked. They have met in comfortable surroundings. They have given audience to the persons who have been detained under detention orders, represented by counsel. They have facilitated family members being present to ensure there is transparency, and it is not anything that is done behind closed doors. And persons have been released after the relevant process has gone through, and there are some, for whatever reason, that have been detained. But the process is there, and the process has worked, in fact, in St. James, Mr. President. Mr. President, we must put faces, because we keep congratulating the police. But again, I speak to St. James. And I must make reference to Deputy Superintendent of Police, Ainsley McCarthy. I must give commendation to this particular officer, who is the officer who has direct responsibility for persons detained under the SOE. You communicate to him through whatever method you believe that you are comfortable with. Telephone call, WhatsApp, or personal attendance. And he's accommodating. He hears your presentation in relation to any particular individual, and he gives you a prompt response. ACP Elan Powell, the same thing. He has overall responsibility for the operation in St. James, and I believe that they are working well. And Mr. President, it is just for persons to do what they have to do. Things won't just fall into your lap. Just like that. Now, while I get close to closing, Mr. President,
Take your time.
I've heard in several presentations that we have done on SOEs in this chamber, comments from my friend Senator Lambert, bro. And I hope that when I make this comment, I hope he doesn't ask the question again. I hope he don't ask the question again. Don't ask it again, because I want to give you the answers.
I hope he keep quiet after this.
You know, he speaks about an incident in Hatfield Meadows, in the Ironshore area. Of course, it is in my division. And if something happens in my division, then I will take an interest. Yes. Mr. President, the house at which this particular incident took place in Hatfield Meadows, one with Bozo, yes, the person we have asked about, the house, and I think you cleared up that in your last presentation, it is not owned, rented, or in the possession of any minister or member of parliament or any person involved in the political field whatsoever. There are sources that you can get the information from, and they are called the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Mr. President, the house is owned by a private citizen, political affiliation unknown. The house has several apartments rented out to different persons. The affected apartment is rented by a person, political affiliation unknown. And I inquired, I mean, come on. I don't be frivolous, Senator Brown. The whereabouts of the individual not known. The motor vehicle seized was not operational for several months prior to the incident. Mr. President, there was no shootout, as Senator Brown would want to state, for 4 hours. Mr. President, and this is something that when you speak to the police, since you speak to the what needs to be done, because the breach unit, where you got the 4 hours from, is that the breach unit in the constabulary had to come from Kingston. To Montego Bay. The breach unit operates like how you would have SWAT in the United States. A special team that does this type of activity. Mr. President, that unit had to be deployed from Kingston, and it took them some time to arrive at the location. There was no shootout for 4 hours. So, I hope that will answer the questions and will stop you from passing innuendos. Mr. President, where I believe your focus should be, Senator Brown, what I believe and where I believe your focus should be is that focus upon your counselor. Focus upon your counselor, Mr. Senator Brown. Yes. My colleague in the St. James Municipal Corporation, who, Mr. President, was found in a compromising position with persons of interest declared by the Jamaica Constabulary. So, focus on that.
That's the picture that's circulated.
Let us put aside the innuendo. And the hypocrisy that we find when we come to discuss issues of crime and violence. Mr. President, in this regard, Jamaica deserves better. let us not just be putting out there for political mileage. And let us look on the issue of crime and violence. Stop trying to score cheap political points. Jamaica deserves better, Mr. President. Under this administration, Jamaica is getting better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Brown.
Thank
you know, in
President.
some chambers they have something called a cooling off period. I don't know if the leader wanted to put you a bit further.
Mr. President, I'd like to start on a matter that I have no doubt will unite the Senate. Yeah. It is the qualification of the reggae girls for the World Cup. On behalf of all 21 of us, I would like to send from this chamber our congratulations to the team and to the Jamaica Football Federation.
Grace, we're giving a big sponsor.
Senator Brown, you know, it was my intention to do it on the closing, but
sorry, Chairman.
No, but you can have a few words to say.
I couldn't read your mind on that, but I thought the one opportunity I would get to speak, since you didn't open on it, that I would mention it. But I know that you say
you don't read my mind, but you purport to do it on other occasions.
It unites the entire Senate. So I start with the unification.
And they were the partner.
You're right. I speak, Mr. President, in the week that represents 50 years since the expulsion from Jamaica of a black man, Walter Rodney, whose ideas and vision was the upliftment of the black people of Jamaica, the Caribbean, Africa, and the world. And it is sad that after 50 years, the apologies to Walter Rodney, supporters, friends, family, hasn't come because we were politically coward in facing the ideas that he put forward. His ideas weren't violence. His ideas was about the upliftment of black people. And so, when I speak today about what is happening to black Jamaicans, I am mindful of the teaching of Walter Rodney, who was expelled from our country 50 years ago this week.
What year was it?
Mr. President, so interested am I that I went to the library to get the answered record of the debate in the Parliament on his expulsion. So we'll speak more to that at another time. Mr. President, Senator Charles Sinclair spoke.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Took the debate along a certain line. The minister opened the debate, and among the things she said was, we want to return Jamaica to us, return to a safe Jamaica. Senator Sinclair said, Jamaica deserves better. With those two statements, I agree. With those two statements, I agree. Because what is happening in Jamaica now is worse than happened in the last 3 years of the previous administration when it comes to crime. Let us be clear. It was better. It was safer then than it is today. What does the number say?
Point of order, Mr. President. That statement is incorrect and would mislead this House and indeed the public. The total reported crimes in Jamaica year to date when compared with the same period in 2014, which was the best year of the previous administration, is 18% below the reported crimes of the same period. And I have the numbers right in front of me.
Senator Brown.
Mr. President, with the greatest of respect. With the greatest of respect, Mr. President. These disruptive effort by the government side of my speech ought not to be allowed. And I hope I'm going to get back the time that is being taken away by their disruptive activity. Nonsense. Let me give you some numbers. Let me give you some numbers.
I have the numbers right in front of me.
Let me give you some numbers. Mr. President, up until October 13th this year, the police information is that there's been 1,015 murders committed in Jamaica.
Not OPM information, the police.
Up to October 13 this year, 1,015 murders so far, which is much more than 2014 year to date, much more than 2015 year to date, and much more than even 2013 year to date. Those are facts. And I have the police report here.
Not OPM.
Good. Secondly, Mr. President, in 2017, the number of murders committed was 1,644. That is government data. In 2016, the number of murders committed is 1,350. If you put all those numbers together up to those 33 months, up to October 13th this year, you have 4,009 murders committed between 2016 January and now. And let me be clear, they will get up and say, point of order, they came in March. Well, let me tell you what the murder numbers were in January 2016. 79 for that entire month. 79, and you'll see the relevance of that. In February 2016, it was 86.
You may see the relevance of it, but I'm having some difficulty in...
You will see it, you'll see it, you'll see it, you'll see it too. Even you will see it, Mr. President. Mr. President, if you take those 33 months, since the 1st of January 2016, the average murders per month is 121. Average murders per month is 121 under the government, this government. So you will see the relevance of January 2016 of 79, less than the 129, less than the 121. You will see February 86, less than the 121. So in the last 2 months of the previous administration, the number of murders per month were trending down and certainly less than 100. Those are facts, Senator Samuda. When you look at the last 36 months under the previous government, 2013, 1,200. 2014, 1,005, which remained the lowest for over a decade in any year. 2015, 1,207, for a total of 3,412, or an average per month of 94.7, let's call it 95 murders per month. So we're looking at 95 compared to 121. And they tell me that that was better? What you was drinking, Senator Samuda?
Brandy.
Has to be Pepsi. Has to be Pepsi. No. Has to be Pepsi, but I don't think it's Pepsi alone. So, let us be clear. The narrative which says that they are doing better in the management of crime, certainly in murder, which is the major one, is not true. The truth is they are worse than the previous government, which they said they were going to do better than. I again appeal to you, and the Prime Minister has been listening to me now. He says he wants to target less than 1,000 per year. He's listening to me. I wish you all would listen too and stop clapping the desk. Gloating when you're doing such a poor job at crime management in the country. So I put those numbers on the table. I put those numbers on the table, Mr. President, so that we can mash down the lie. We can mash down the lie that they're managing crime better. Yes, it is true, Mr. President, that we're 20% down over last year. But the last 2 years have been terrible under them. They allowed the crime to run away. And now they come to oppress and suppress the Jamaican people with these states of emergency to cover for their failing to manage crime. So let us be clear, Mr. President, that as the leader of the opposition business has said, since the state of emergency started in 9 months ago, Senator Branham, over 11,000 Jamaicans have been scraped up, put in detention. Yes, scraped up, put in detention, fingerprinted. Have them name in government books. And when they go to U.S. Embassy, have you ever been arrested? Them name in government book, they have to say yes. And that alone limit their ability to get a visa. So there's consequence to locking up, Senator Braham, the people who look like you and me. There's consequence to locking up the people, you, the poor people who come from the poor communities that you came from and I came from. And many of us in this chamber came from. They are children of mothers. They are children of mothers. But we scrape them up, lock them up, and we say suppress them, suppress them. And the question, Senator Braham, can that be the best method of fishing? Where less than 2% of those 11,000 scraped up, suppressed, less than 2% of them are charged? Mr. President, in your other capacity outside there, that look fair to you? Look fair, 11,000 Senator Rural Reid, 11,000 scraped up. And among those scraped up, let me be clear, students going home from class at UTEC with T-square. And T-square become a dangerous weapon. Women playing dominoes taken away from their children and locked up. That's what we're proud of? That's what we're clapping the desk in support of? Is that what we're doing? Senator Gill, they are the mothers and fathers that you and I represent in the trade union movement.
Yes.
Their children.
Security guards.
Their children. And there's nothing to prevent your son coming from university or my son being scraped up.
Your son get show for juvenile.
Mr. President, Mr. President, let me share with you. Daughters. Well, that's why I'm going to come to this case, Senator Knight. A story, Mr. President, told by a Queen's Counsel, one of your colleagues, to me. This businesswoman dropping her staff home from work is stopped, windows down, and she, like Senator Knight, was smoking a cigarette. Sorry, Katie. Why we shouldn't smoke cigarettes in the car? She is smoking a cigarette. The security personnel tell her to out the cigarette. And she's saying, this is my car. I have a right to smoke. Just as Senator Matthew Samuel have a right to drink in his own car. Anything. So, Mr. President, she's resist out in her cigarette, little pleasure she enjoy. She's then detained taken to the Denhamtown police station, handled in a most unprofessional manner. Then, she's refused phone calls. She's taken to the Central Village police station the same night. This Chinese businesswoman is then strip search at the Central Village police station. She, Mr. President, I'm told by Queen's Counsel, was asked to bend and cough while naked, and that if she refused to do it, she would be searched, all her body cavities would be searched. When she asked for the right to call her attorney, they said, but you have people outside there. That's happening in this country. And that this state of emergency declared on the instruction of Michael Andrew Onis or Andrew Michael Onis, whatever his name is. The abuse of human rights is taking place. So, Mr. President, this person, when she did all of that, the security force decide, and there's more, but I don't want to give information, may identify her even more. The security force decide that they're giving her a 7-day detention. All because you over there and I over here passed the regulation which say you can give the person 7 days detention. So Senator Sapphire Langmore, it could be you. It could be me, it could be Senator Marshall, it could be any one of our family members. It could be. This is what we're dealing with here. So Senator Johnson Smith is right. It's about people, not just about numbers. It's about people. Those 11,000 scraped up are real people, a smarty picnic. So let's face some reality. Let's face some reality. So I want to put that. Check my time. I want to put that on the table. I want to put that on the table. Because let there be no doubt, there's been a reduction in murder and shooting in St. James. And that is because of the extraordinary measure of putting a lot more police and soldiers, boots on the ground than would normally have. A saturation strategy, which can go, as Senator Crawford would have said in the past, without the regulations of a state of emergency. So let us be clear. We in this House, in this Senate, and in the other place, has to take some responsibility for the powers we have given, where people can lock up somebody for 7 days. But for our ability to find a Queen's Counsel to advocate on her behalf. Because she never put out a cigarette. That spite and malice doesn't inform the operation of the security forces. Because they have the power that we gave them, that we inside this House gave them, Senator Reid. So let us be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about people. So let us see how well you have been fighting crime, but for taking away and abusing the powers of the people. Even now, you're still above the levels of the previous government. Even now, with the 20% reduction, you're in the 1300s. The highest under the previous government was 1207. The previous government was doing better than you. And I urge you to try and surpass what my government did, what our side did when they were there. Mr. President, I want to raise a few issues about this. One, the government has embarked upon spin, PR, to try and make it look as if it was really succeeding in this crime fight. And I'm not surprised, Mr. President. I'm not surprised that they have 10 public relations consultants attached to the Ministry of National Security. 10 public relations consultants attached to the Ministry of National Security. So what this is about is public relations rather than really tackling the crime and getting it better than where you found it. 10 public relations. Mr. President, the country needs to know, in addition to these 10 public relations consultants, whether or not the Ministry of National Security has purchased hundreds, hold on, let this point come true, have purchased hundreds, Minister of Information, has purchased hundreds of CCTV that are useless and incompatible with the Jamaican technology. So this Jamaica Eye is part of a PR game. In fact, what they are saying to me is that their Jamaica Eye has gone blind.
I can't see.
We couldn't convict somebody with technology and the cameras the other day. Can the hundreds of cameras, Senator Reid, purchased by the Ministry of National Security, do better than the camera in the gas station?
A friend get a contract, them man.
Hundreds, and I know the number.
A friend get a contract, them.
They can't work. Hundreds, and you know when I talking. I want to know, so that's the second thing. 10 PR consultants, hundreds of CCTV paid for. I want to know, President, and Senator Reid, note this. I want to know whether or not a contract was given out for dash cams to be used in the police cars, which have not yet been delivered, much akin to the used car scandal, in the same way that they did the used car scandal. In the same way, these dash cams have not surfaced, but Jamaican taxpayers' money paid out. Mr. President, in this fight against crime and protecting our people, I want to know what has happened to the body cameras given to the government by a partner in the crime fighting, the U.S. government. What has happened to those? So when you come and applaud and clap and beat up desk, tell me what you're doing in this crime fighting, right? Tell me how that is working. So I raise those issues, Mr. President, because the country needs to know. This state of emergency in St. James that you're asking us to extend, it couldn't stop 3-hour shootout and standoff in Hatfield Iron Shore. It couldn't stop it. That was on the 27th of April. It couldn't, Senator Charles, you know what I wanted to hear you say? That 4 policemen weren't injured on that day when Bowser took on the police. I want you to tell me that the 4 policemen were not shot on that day, and that the police making up
That's misinformation.
Right? Because 4 police were shot. I want the state of emergency. This state of emergency could not stop, Mr. President, the rape of 2 tourists by a gunman in Montego Bay. Couldn't stop it. This shootout, this state of emergency, couldn't stop the shooting of 2 soldiers up in Retrieve by gunmen recently. But it was easy for them to scrape up 11,000 poor black Jamaicans. You know what it couldn't stop, Mr. President? It couldn't stop the police. Well, let me put it another way. The state of emergency has not helped the police to find the man, Senator Charles Sinclair, where on the 3rd of May, in the Gleaner, where it said no more, St. James Most Wanted, Nico Boza Samuels, killed after engaging police in gun battle, wanted for several murders. This is part of what the story said. The police are describing Nico Samuels, who went by the alias of Bowser, as a vicious serial contract killer, who after recently carrying out a hit in St. James, murdered the person who contracted him. This is what the police said further. Yeah, this is what the police said further. Samuels, whom the police listed among the most wanted in St. James, was fingered by the police in at least 20 murders across western Jamaica in recent years, according to the senior police officer. And then, this is the part of the story that I'm raising for the 4th time, Mr. President. The 4th time in the Senate. And I have not gotten any answer. And Senator Sinclair made it more muddy this morning. This is what was reported. When the shooting subsided, 2 illegal Taurus 9mm pistols and several rounds of ammunition were seized by the members of the security forces. Are they lying? I don't think so. And then it continued. Meanwhile, the police are in search of the person who rented the section of the apartment building where Samuels was found. Police said he could be charged for harboring a criminal. His BMW sports utility vehicle, which was at the house at the time of the incident, was seized by the police. That's the story on the 3rd of May about an incident happening on around the 27th of April. Mr. President, help me with this, because you are better at maths than me. That's May. So we have May, June, July, August, September. We're now almost at the end of October.
May included or not?
May included. This happened at the end of April. How comes our police force, which want us to extend the state of emergency, cannot find this man, with or without the help of Interpol? How comes? And I want to say to my friends in the media, don't fear being a Jamal Kisogi. Write up about this. Speak about this, because you too have become complicit in your silence on this issue. It's not enough to write about it on the 3rd of May, but don't follow up and ask, why have our police force not been able to hold this person? Why is it that Senator Charles must tell us today the vehicle was disabled for how long? Why must Senator Charles tell us that the house wasn't owned by any politician? Why does he want to talk about my counselor? My counselor. But he can't say the house was owned by my people. He can't say it was owned by my people. When you say unknown, the people out there draw their own conclusions. Because as they were saying at the beginning, that house seems to be owned by some high-ranking politician. Then they said minister. But now I have to ask myself, why is it that the police after 6 months can't find this person? Is it political interference in a state of emergency? And I ask the Commissioner of Police from here, you have been commended, Mr. Commissioner of Police. But tell me, Major General Anderson, why we can't find this? Is this to go as cold as the case of a man murdered in the house of a lawyer in Barbican? And you say to us, trust the police, but the police can't trust us to solve this case? So I raise this because, Mr. President, it is easier to lock up poor black people. Easier. 11,000 of them are detained. 11,000 fingerprints taken. And by the way, Mr. President, lawyers need to stand up, Mark Wignall say, and defend poor people. What has become of those fingerprints taken? What have become of those fingerprints taken? Will they fall like blood from O.J. Simpson and some crime scene? So all of you who want to applaud the scraping up of 11,000 black people, men and women, go ahead. Because what happened to that Chinese businesswoman may befall our relatives, our friends also. I pray it doesn't reach here. Mr. President, let us assess the effectiveness of the state of emergency. I'm not going to ask about the cost, because there's a cost to fighting crime. Though it would be good for us to know, not because a single life isn't value what it costs. But let us bear in mind that we have moved police from all over the place to put in St. James. So the people from 3 chains in Manchester, where 5 persons was shot, 2 dead, Sunday, in broad daylight. And those haven't been cleared up yet, by the way. Those haven't been cleared up yet, by the way. And I went to deal with the bogus clear-up numbers you all putting out at the time.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
Mr. President, no extension.
I'll give you a, Senator Brown. Senator Crawford, hold on, brethren. Just complete Senator Brown, please. Go ahead, complete your presentation.
Far from closing, but if it is the desire of the Senate, I am prepared to accept some extension.
I'm not going to put you to that. I am giving you the extension. So continue and finish.
Mr. President, I do not intend to be much longer, but I want you to know that a number of my colleagues have decided they're not going to speak. So it won't take us too long. Mr. President, it's 9 months of the state of emergency in St. James. And some questions need answering. How many guns have been recovered in St. James in those 9 months? Because the critical thing is the guns. Yeah. Senator Sinclair said about 100. I want to hear from the police how many guns have been recovered. Secondly, how many persons have been arrested and are convicted in connection with the find of those guns?
I hear those answers, man. Give the report card.
That's right.
Are we just finding guns but not those who pull the triggers?
Yes.
How many of these guns have been found to be forensically connected to specific murders over the last 2 or 3 years? Were those guns responsible for any of the murders? Because we need to know. Because I'll tell you a little thing, Mr. President. Almost every time a renewal comes up, we hear that some guns have been found.
Yes.
But nobody found with the guns. Found in bushes. Far away in some hill. Or covered in some plain field. Or in some place unoccupied. So the question has to be asked, can we connect those guns found forensically to murders? Because it's going to leave doubt.
That's real investigation.
And Mr. President, I asked what of the clear-up rate? And I hear about 70% in St. James. Well, let us be clear. Mr. President, 79 murders this year so far in St. James. 79. So to have a clear-up rate of 78%, you need about 55. Solve.
For 70%.
Is that the case? I bet you not. Because look at the national clear-up rate this year to date by the police. It's only 48% nationally. The police in their stats does not provide the clear-up rate. So we have no way of independently assessing what the minister said. So when you look to clear-up rate, the clear-up rate has not improved in the country. Mr. President, another question I ask. How successful have we been in dismantling the gangs? How many gang leaders or members have been currently arrested or convicted? What's the number? The gangs and the guns. So tell us how many of them in the 9 months.
Report card, man. Report card.
we have arrested and are convicted. You know, Mr. President, February last year, I made a proposal. February last year, I made a proposal that let's fast track. Let us fast track establishing an anti-gang court if you need. Call it that if you want. Where you dedicate judges and time courthouse to move in these cases that you arrest people for. But it's not happening. And unless we convict, it makes no sense. So, is this state of emergency approach sustainable? Ask the citizens in Retrieve. Ask the citizens in Retrieve. Cambridge. It's in the Gleaner today. They said the trained police and soldiers can outdo the untrained gunmen in the bushes, the remnants of the ratty gang. Is that something to applaud about? Can you really be satisfied that you're doing a good crime management when you're still away from the numbers that the previous government left you? 10 PR consultants can't change that reality, that the previous government did a better job at managing crime. That's what the numbers say than this inept government. What you are better at is waste and inefficiency. The waste of dash cam, the waste of body cameras, the waste of used car. You're good at that. But the country, Senator Sinclair, deserves better. With that, I agree. Better than this government. With Senator Johnson Smith, the country wants to return to a safer place. Even as safe as the PNP have it would be good for now. Because your stewardship belies what the Prime Minister said, that under his stewardship, under his tenure, we'll be able to go to our bed with our doors and windows open and still wake up alive. More people, Minister, is dying under this government than under the previous government. Let me close, Mr. President, with the numbers. Under your government, people are dying at a rate of 121 per month in the last 33 months of your regime. And if we take out February and January 26, when we were below 100 for those months under the PNP government, your numbers, your percentage would be worse, your average would be worse. Under the PNP, for the last 3 PNP years, it was 95. 95 murders. So you're too high. Again, as I close, try catch a PNP. Try do better than the PNP. Because right now, your 10 PR people can't rub out the facts. And the facts says you're on the wrong side of the murder fight. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Samuda.
Fair enough. No problem. Chair is close by. You can sit when you're on your feet. I have no problem. Mr. President, how are you doing? I speak from a seat that is my own. I speak from a seat that is indeed my own. Mr. President, well, Mr. President, there was a lot said by Senator Brown, and you know you have to listen line by line, and we could spend all day responding. But I have in front of me the JCF periodic Serious and Violent Crimes Review, right? You look at the 20, I want to get into all crimes, but let's discuss murder. You look at the 2014 numbers, Mr. President, of murders per month. In 2014, which I said in my last presentation on the extension of state of emergency in Kingston and St. Andrew, I pointed to the fact that in 2015, Mr. President, virtually every month saw an increase in the numbers of murders over the corresponding period in 2014. So in 2015, Mr. President, the trajectory was clear. In January, for instance, you had 74 murders in 2014. In the same period in 2015, you had 103 murders. We can take any other month because it's only 1 month that was less than the period the year before. The trajectory was clear. The uptick in murders and the uptick in gang activity started actually in Q4 of 2014. The articles support it. All of the statements put out by the police support it. The fact is the trajectory of increase in violence and violent murders and gun crime started at the end of 2014. That is a statistical fact. Of the same document, I said in the last presentation that last year is not a good base year. It's not a year that we are proud of. It's not a year you should be proud of. It's not a year that the country should be comfortable with. I stated that in the last presentation. However, so I said let's compare to 2015 and 2014. And let's look and see if we've turned the corner or not. Let's look at May 2018 versus May 2015. In May 2015, there were 110 murders. In May 2018, there were 102 murders. In June 2015, there were 102 murders. In June 2018, there were 84 murders. In July 2015, there was 112 murders. In July 2018, there were 102 murders. Mr. President, the trend continues. Up to September, at the close of the month, there would have been 101 murders in 2018, as opposed to 114 murders in 2015, Mr. President. The fact is, all of my comparisons, even when they show negatives, have been against base years that were better than last year. Because I agree, we must target far greater reductions than we have seen. We have said that. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister has also said we must first target a murder total below 1,000 persons per year, Mr. President. But you asked some questions and you raised several points. But the statistics are here, and I'm happy to share if anybody doesn't have them, even though I know they're widely available. For instance, we have said, and I did in my comparison last year, that the target must be, from my perspective, first and foremost, getting better than where we would have been in 2014, because that would have been the best year of the previous administration. And the fact is, the way the police classify reported crimes is in serious and violent crimes, in the categories rather of serious and violent crimes, and in the category of accusatory crimes. When you compare the category, the individual list, which is 7 types of crimes as they classify it, in 5 of the 7 categories, Mr. President, there are reductions, significant reductions when compared against the same period in 2014. In accusatory crimes, which includes robbery, break-in, and larceny, the reductions are 51%, 54%, and 66% respectively when compared against the same period in 2014, Mr. President. When you look at serious and violent crimes, which includes aggravated assault, rape, shootings, and murders, with aggravated assault, you're down by 48%, Mr. President. In the case of rape, you are down by 41%, Mr. President. In the case of murder and shooting, we have said, and the country knows we have had a challenge. Shootings against 2014 numbers are up 7%. In the case of murders, they are up 30%, which is why, Mr. President, you needed extra special measures to take, Mr. President, this matter in hand. So we are not celebrating or cartwheeling the extension of a state of emergency, but we are also saying to the country that we must acknowledge that whether you have declared one, we were living in a situation that all Jamaicans must feel was an emergency for a very long time. The average murder total since 1970, Mr. President, was up to 750 murders a year. because of how the numbers have performed over the last 20 years. It pushed the average up. You know, they say we have done an abysmal job. They say, you know, the country is not better. And let's look at the alternative, Mr. President. You know, I'm very sincere. I'm very sincere. In you know, there's no numbers making up, and I'm happy to print from my document and circulate them. So, President, you know, we've seen an increase in gang crimes over the past, gang-related crimes. We've seen increases in shootings and murders, Mr. President, over the past 20 years. And it is not for want of trying that successive administrations have not necessarily got the matter in hand. Senator Knight will tell you that during his tenure, my understanding is you brought 42 or 43 pieces of legislation or amendments to existing legislation to give yourself the regulatory framework to take the matter in hand. Still related to the crime fight, and that's an admirable amount in terms of trying to bring the amount, the legislative framework for the crime fight up to the challenges you are facing. I think that's positive. The problem, however, that you face, Senator Knight, is that the last time I checked, you're not the leader of the opposition. I'd be happy to support you if you're going forward for that position, but you're not the leader of the opposition. And after your tenure, though, Senator Knight, as Minister of National Security, there was a gentleman by the name of Peter Phillips who became Minister of National Security. He can't boast the same record of legislative work in his tenure there. He can't. In fact, I leave it to you to tell us, or to your side, to tell us how many pieces of legislation he actually brought to improve that framework to get the crime numbers under control. And it wasn't because crime started trending down under his time. It was in excess of 1,670 murders in 2005 that the country faced when we became the murder capital of the world in that year, Mr. President, under Peter Phillips' time. So the fact is, the problem that we face and the scourge that we face is not new. It is not normal. It is not something that should give us comfort. The fact is, I could argue that when we hit 1,674, we should have declared states of emergency then. And the question shouldn't be asked why we're extending now. The question should be asked, why didn't you, Dr. Phillips? No, we didn't, you know, Senator Lambert Brown likes to talk about Bowser, but he forgets and often never, well, I don't think if he's ever mentioned a particular gentleman that was dubbed as the godfather of the lotto scam in St. James. We are debating the extension of particular measures in the parish of St. James. We cannot talk about the measures. We cannot.
Mr. President, just a point of clarification, Mr. President.
Hold on.
Mr. President,
hold on.
a point of clarification.
Hold on. You know, all the look I look in the standing orders, I don't see something named, sir.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify for Senator. Hold on. I want to clarify for Senator Samuda.
Senator Brown, you're standing on a point of what?
Clarification.
I don't see it in here, but
No. But a point of order. I want to clarify for Senator Matthew Samuda that I wore a red shirt today to fend off the duffy
Senator.
of Bebe.
Mr. President, I agree with that, Senator Hill. Mr. President, when you look, sure. In the Minister of National Security's contribution in the sectoral debate, he quoted an article from 1970 that was published in the Jamaica Gleaner then. And when he read it, it could have been published last week, it could have been published the week before, it could have been published any date over the last 20 years. It spoke to the issues, the social issues, and what they had created by way of the increase of crime within St. James. The fact is, St. James has had a rough ride with two particular scourges that have triggered and funded gangs over the last 20 to 30 years. They had the influx of the drug trade, certainly I believe late 80s into the 90s and early 2000s, which gave hell. Particular measures were put in place to attempt to bring that into place. But the next, or into control, the next scourge that impacted the St. James gang situation and the violence that we see there is the fact that lotto scamming brought millions of US dollars into play and funded criminal gangs. So you cannot talk about St. James and the crime fight there without putting it into context that this gentleman, who is described by US law enforcement as the godfather of lotto scamming, fueled this scourge. And when you talk about one or you talk about the other, you didn't condemn all. I stand here today and I'm happy to condemn all. Mr. Brown. Telling what? You know, baby was on.
Hang on, please, Senator Brown, please continue, Mr. Samuda, so you can complete in time.
The fact that this gentleman was on the management team of the West Central St. James executive was of course, who was described, yes, the PNP, who was described as the godfather of lotto scamming. And we are here today using a measure that the Constitution allows to bring crime and violence under control in St. James. No one has said, Mr. President, that this is a permanent measure. I have said repeatedly that the measure is but a tool that the legislative framework allows. I have pointed to the 5-pillar crime plan many times and said, let's stop the hypocrisy and saying there is no plan. I've even said I would be happy to entertain criticisms and suggestions as to how we can improve that plan, as opposed to saying there is no plan. Senator Brown also asked some pointed questions. He asked how many firearms have been recovered since the declaration of a state of emergency in St. James. Mr. President, the security forces, the joint security forces in St. James have recovered 76 illegal weapons, Mr. President, in the parish of St. James since the declaration of state of emergency. If that doesn't give you cause for concern and acceptance that you were facing an abnormal situation, then I don't know what will. On top of that, Mr. President, that figure, they recovered 1,542 rounds of ammunition, Mr. President. Each one could cause a death. Now, it is an alarming, in my mind, those figures are alarming and concerning and frightening. And if we don't think we need to use every single item of power that the law gives us to achieve these sorts of figures, I don't know how to convince you otherwise. The facts are, Mr. President, the World Bank has said crime costs this country in excess of $68 billion a year. Their estimate, not mine, but I'm sure they've worked the metrics in how they calculate that. If we get crime under control, Mr. President, we won't be arguing about growth figures. This country owes it to itself to rein in this monster once and for all. And we have no illusion that there is a silver bullet that will do it. There will have to be many measures that have to be taken. But, Mr. President, there are some other figures that the country should be aware of. Because when we say, what is the benefit? What is the benefit? The fact is, the health services have said, the public health services have said it costs up to $400,000 a day to treat gunshot victims. Now, I was asking Dr. Longmore, on average, how long gunshot victims spend. And of course, it would vary. You'd have those depending on the severity of the issue that spend a day. You have those that spend in excess of a month. So it's very difficult to work out that total figure based on what the information we have. But with 209 fewer murders, fewer shooting incidents, Mr. President, this year, you're looking at, if it was one day, which we know it is far below, you would be at 83 million for each day, for each one of those incidents, at minimum if they spent one day. If it's up to 2, you can work it out. If it's up to 3, if it's up to 3 weeks, you can work it out, Mr. President. The average cost of a funeral, Mr. President, is significant. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, depending on where you are, it's very heavy. If you work it out in the context of at $400,000 average, Mr. President, the Jamaican people have saved a further $108 million, Mr. President, with the reduction of 271 murders, Mr. President. So we talk about businesses and the inconvenience they face. What about the families that have not lost loved ones, Mr. President? What about the families that don't have to say, how are they going to survive because the breadwinner has been gunned down, Mr. President? The ultimate human right is the right to life. And what this government is doing with these measures is acknowledging that there is an issue and saying we will do everything in our power to protect the right to life for the citizens of St. James, Mr. President, and certainly for the citizens throughout the country. Mr. President, a number of fallacies are often, or incorrect things are often stated. Mr. President, the facts don't support some of what Senator Brown just stated. No, that's what he put forward. The minister has 3 communication consultants, Mr. President. I have searched and messaged everybody that is there and tried to find 10 consultants, Mr. President. I can't find them. The compatibility issue you have, Mr. President, with cameras is related to the donation of body cameras, Mr. President, which is being resolved with the donors. So I don't know where Senator Brown gets his information from, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, come now, Senator Brown. Senator Brown, set an example for young Senator Crawford now, please. Senator Samuda, move along, please.
Mr. President, I went to St. James on Wednesday of this week, and I was afforded the privilege of speaking with their Chamber of Commerce. There is no pushback against the state of emergency from the business leaders in St. James. I had the opportunity, because I arrived early, to visit some police officers that I know. They believe this measure is necessary. I had the opportunity to visit with councillors and members of parliament, because I arrived early, and you met them in their constituency and their respective divisions, and you spoke to people. Certainly in Catherine Hall, when you go onto particular areas, there was no pushback. They are able to keep their stores open when they at one point had to be shutting because gunshot was firing, Mr. President. So it's all good and well to say sometimes people have to close early. And I give you the context. Mr. President. Our neighbor, one of our very close neighbors in the Cayman Islands. I don't know how many have had the opportunity to visit there, but you can't find anything open beyond 8 o'clock. And their economy is booming. So this will not have the impact, that the fear that is trying to be raised by closing those things. We have to adjust our culture and adjust our approach to things if we're to take this scourge under control once and for all, Mr. President. Mr. President, I support the extension. And in closing, I ask that we do not send irresponsible signals to the country. And we don't engage in facile reasoning when the facts are before us, Mr. President, if it pleases you.
Yeah. Allow that presentation, you need something.
Thank you, Senator Samuda. Senator Knight.
Thank you, President. Thanks to my colleagues on both sides for the loud applause that I received as I rose. It's 30 minutes after. I should get longer now because I speak very slowly. President, I just want to remind myself of when is it that a state of emergency can be declared. It is when the Governor General is satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. Those are the circumstances. So then, there is nothing for us to applaud. Because if these circumstances did not exist now, then a state of emergency could not properly be declared. But the state of emergency was declared in January. And at that time, it was said that these circumstances existed. So the question is, have we seen a change in those circumstances so huge, so dramatic, that we can applaud the fact that the state of emergency was then imposed? If it is that there has been such a reduction, then maybe we are going up the wrong road by continuing the state of emergency. If it is that the state of emergency is still needed, then the success is not so much as has been vaunted by others. I have to look also on certain other factors, because I'm being called upon to support it. On the last occasion for another region, I declared at the very beginning that I was going to support it because I did not see in place any alternative plan that was credible, that would cause me to move away from the state of the emergency. I'm still in that position. But each time I looked in the mirror, I'm having some difficulty. Because I ask myself, tell me, and I refer to myself in those circumstances, tell me, young man, why are you supporting this? And I have to now go through some kind of analysis. What is it that a state of emergency does? It restricts freedom of movement. It restricts freedom of assembly, and those are the two main things applicable to this circumstance. The restriction of freedom of movement is a restriction of freedom of movement of all within the particular locale. Is it necessary to restrict the freedom of movement of all? I'm wondering. Because really what is needed is restriction of the freedom of movement of criminals. And to restrict the freedom of movement of criminals, does it need a state of emergency? Let me see if I can answer that. What is it that is in place that affects that restriction of the freedom of movement? It is not the state of emergency in itself. It is not the state of emergency as, oh, the French have left that thing. En soi. What restricts the freedom of movement is the presence of the police and the presence of the military. So the question is that presence necessary? The answer is yes. In order to carry out their functions, is it necessary to restrict the freedom of movement and freedom of assembly of all? The answer is no. So maybe whilst we applaud ourselves for this magnificent approach to the control of crime, we do not deserve the praise we shower upon ourselves. And what we basically need is to realize, as has been said in this chamber over and over, that what is needed is to have police presence and military presence in areas where we have this kind of problem. And this does not need a state of emergency, because ordinary law pursuant to the Constitution allows for a proliferation of police and military personnel in any community. But there's a fixation, it appears, on the state of emergency, in that it gives the citizenry this view that, look, we are dealing with the matter in a very serious way. And there is an intent to persuade law-abiding citizens, give up some of your constitutional freedoms in order for us to achieve the end which we have defined. But it's not necessary. No.
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
The question is that the Senate, the question is that the time being 1:20, the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Against? Senator Knight, continue, please.
It's not necessary. So what we need is to hear from the government that, look, within X number of months, we are going to be recruiting X number of policemen, or we are going to be increasing the number of military personnel. Why? Because there is a ratio that we want to achieve as having so many security personnel to 100,000 citizens. And what that does now, it makes us comfortable in mind that what is going to happen is that communities across the island will be able to have within them a number of policemen and military personnel. And let us adopt an internationally recognized ratio, because what we do not want to do is to move from a state of emergency into creating a police state. But if we use an internationally accepted ratio, then we are on the right track. And what that does is that it allows us to really deal with this pernicious issue on a short, medium, and long-term basis. As it is now, this has to be seen only as short-term, because the country cannot continuously be under a state of emergency. And because we know that criminals are peripatetic, what we would be setting up is a situation where we have to be moving the state of emergency all throughout the country. That's undesirable. That's undesirable. So I find that the reasons advanced by the government on analysis, they don't stand up. They don't stand up. And this is what I mean by having a difficulty when I look in the mirror. Because when I go through, as I have done, that aspect of it, I say to myself, are you doing the right thing by voting for the extension? Or are you simply too afraid to appear to be bucking the government, and so you succumb to that fear, like some lily-livered human being. It bothers me. Bothers me. Am I afraid that there are those who will criticize me and set upon me, and then I cower because of that? And so, on this occasion, I am not voting for it. I am not going to vote against it. Lest my analysis be faulty. But what I will have to do is to abstain and take the consequences. If in abstaining I have done something that my party does not approve of, I'm willing to step aside. I'm willing to step aside. The leader simply has to say to me, KD, you went against that which is the position of the opposition. And I will say to him, thank you, comrade leader, for having allowed me. No, I didn't sign any letter and would never. But if my leader says that he's uncomfortable with me for having abstained in the circumstances, then I leave without remorse. I will say that I will miss you all, but there is a greater guiding principle. And I have to look a little further into this, President. I hear us talking about, under the state of emergency, so many persons have been detained. And Senator Charles Sinclair properly made the point that yes, a number of persons have been detained, but that there is a process in place to deal with them, and that process handles matters expeditiously. And I think he said that the tribunal sits in comfort, where they sit to determine. He said they sit in comfort. And those are his instructions. What struck me then was how good it is and how pleasant it must be for the tribunal to be sitting in comfort. But those whose cases they consider, are they detained in comfort? Are they kept in circumstances which meet international standards? I doubt it. But then, again, looking in this mirror, I have to ask myself, it's not as nonsensical as you may think. I have to ask myself this. What are the circumstances which give rise to a proper detention of a human being. And under our law, it's based on reasonable suspicion. That's when you arrest a person. On reasonable suspicion, very least. To lock up 11,000, I was told, 11,000 persons, and to tell me that 70 something, 2% charged. The other 98%, did you have reasonable cause to believe that they had committed some offense? And if you lock up someone under normal circumstances without reasonable cause, that amounts to a tort for which there is redress. Redress in terms of compensation. This case that you mentioned of this lady who was treated in the manner described, arrested without reasonable cause, what does the state intend to do about that? What does the state intend to do about the young man who is going to be a waiter at some hotel, or the young man or young lady who's going to be a bartender someplace, detained without reasonable cause, released by a tribunal sitting in comfortable surroundings, held without cause for 7 days in surroundings unfit for human habitation. What is the government doing about that? And does the government understand this? That when a young person is arrested without cause, how bitter that person becomes? How bitter. I'm going about my lawful business. And some officers of the state, authorized by the government, and nay, authorized by the parliament, 84 citizens who are parliamentarians authorize my detention without cause, without reasonable suspicion. And these police personnel, they are the ones who bear the brunt of the alienation, because they are the ones who the people will say, is you do it. You know my son to be a decent person, but you scrape him up. What love, what confidence does that cause to flow from citizen to police? It doesn't. So that what we have to look at in making this determination are the consequences of this. The consequences. There's a plus side, there's a minus side. Can the plus side be achieved in any other way? The answer is yes. Can the minor side be prevented? The answer is yes. So, why then are we going down this path? Why do we feel so comfortable within ourselves to deprive citizens of their rights? When there is another way to protect the highest constitutional right, the right to life. There's another way. And so, when the man in the mirror, who I stare at, answers some of these questions, he says, by supporting it, you are going against logic and reason, and you are displaying the kind of cowardice which does not belong in a body with the power bestowed upon it by the Constitution. I hear about the cleared up rate. I don't know what the definition of cleared up rate is now. But the definition of cleared up rate at one stage was if someone is arrested, not convicted, arrested, and there are certain jurisdictions, I don't know if we are one now, where cleared up means an assailant is identified, not arrested. Not arrested. So when we boast of the improvement in the cleared up rate, we must say, what is the basis on which this boast is made? We have to know. The country must know. The parliamentarians must know. It would be interesting to know if over this year, for example, in terms of matters tribal in a parish court, how many cases have been brought against individuals who have been charged, end up in the parish court, and how many convictions have been achieved? What I find is that whilst the leader of government business, basically you repeat the refrain from week to week or from time to time. We need, and with your kind of inquisitive mind, and I say so seriously, don't just take what they give you. Look at it and tell them, I want to know this. I want to know this. Behave there as you used to behave when you sat where Lambert Brown. Because no minister on that side then, coming from the PNP, could get up and make the kind of open-ended statement to which we have now grown accustomed. And you, leader of government business, wouldn't be like a thorn in their sides with questions as to what does this mean? How does this affect so and so? What is the definition of this? I need to know if I am to be able to understand clearly the success that you are preening about. You need to know. You know, this man in the mirror asks me questions. The man in the mirror says to me, look here, would the police under normal circumstances have the power of search? And I say to that man, yes. And he said, well, why then do you need the state of emergency? And my response to him is, well, you see, under the state of emergency, he's just exercising a power at large. He sees anybody. He doesn't have to have any reasonable suspicion. Doesn't have to go to any justice of the peace. Doesn't have to take any information to anybody. He is judge, jury, executioner in terms of how he treats with the rights of a citizen. And so the man in the mirror speaks back to me again and he says, your behavior is cowardly, as if you are protecting status.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time has expired. Might he be permitted to complete his presentation?
Question is that Senator Knight be allowed to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Yes, aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Knight.
Thanks to the colleagues, and I'm not going to abuse it. I'm going to. I think I'm pretty close to the end. So this man in the mirror is like my conscience. It's like my conscience. And it eats away at me because it says, you are not behaving in accordance with logic and sound reasoning. And I say, but listen, I give some ideas as to what could be done. But I say, they are heard, so they don't fall on deaf ears. They are heard. But those decision makers have embarked upon a route and they are tunnel visioned in how they move. They are not accommodating any other idea. And they feel comfortable within themselves that they have this wonderful plan, but it is too dangerous to expose it lest the criminals be informed. But I hear that some 20 zones of special operations are going to be put in place soon. I don't know why I tell the criminals that. I don't know. But you can't tell us how many police you're going to recruit. You can't tell us how many military personnel you're going to recruit. You can't tell us what is the ratio you're looking at. because you don't want the criminals to know. I've made in this chamber over and over reference to the need for the employment of behavioral scientists, that not one behavioral scientist in our country should be unemployed, and not one should be underemployed, because there's need for them. Why? Because, you see, unless there is a culture change, this kind of criminality is going to be with us. I remember once when I sat elsewhere and occupied another position, my presentation was from a culture of violence to a culture of peace. And that is when there were a number of social interventions which exist to today. Were implemented. That's when, for example, we went into the correctional centers, the prisons, and put in place what was called COSPROD, Correctional Services Production Company Limited, and we were working with the private sector, because you have to change the culture and behavioral pattern of those who are incarcerated, and you have to do it while they're there, so that when they come out, they are better citizens. You can announce that if that is what you're doing. Let us know. I hear about the guns found, and we lament the fact that no one is arrested. Some of the arrests should take place abroad, in the U.S. in particular. We recognize that in the United States of America, acquisition of a gun is no big deal, but the smuggling of a gun is a big deal. So when 119 guns are said to have come from Florida to Jamaica, have we been collaborating with the authorities there to ensure that they carry out their responsibilities to prevent smuggling, as we would have had to carry out our responsibilities to prevent smuggling of drugs there? I don't know. I hear us cussing the Jamaican police. I hear us saying there's corruption at the ports. We don't have 100% cert. But we are partners. I must work with our partners. There was a partnership, for example, I don't know if it still exists, where these guns found would have been sent to what was then called the National Firearm and Drug Intelligence Center, that had a daily contact with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearm. And that contact was for the tracing of firearms. So you would lick it at that end and you would lick it at this end. Does that still exist? I don't know. I don't hear about these things. Those are public. I've worked in many instances. So, President, I have no doubt that this resolution will pass. I have no doubt. But trust me, going on too long. Trust me, you have not been putting alternatives forward because you are tunnel visioned and you are too comfortable with self-adulation. You're too comfortable feeling that you are doing this magnificent job and want magnificent applause. Humble yourself. Listen to the voice of others and the reasoning of others, for they too have their worth.
Thank you, Senator Knight. Senator Charles.
I'll make reference to. I'm clearing out the room. Mr. President, after hearing my colleagues, Senator Charles Sinclair and Senator Samuda, following the comprehensive brief that was presented to us by our leader of government business, I didn't think it necessary to comment. My submissions today, however, are required because of the questions that have been posed by Senator Knight and by comments made by Senator Lambert Brown. And I think it is important for us to ensure that the country and all Jamaicans watching us are clear as to the government's approach and do not ever have to digest only one side of this story. Mr. President, I, in my submission at a previous instance, made it very clear that I appreciate very easily the challenges that the opposition and opponents have with regards to the extension and even the initial introduction of the state of emergency. I expressed then my own concern for extraordinary measures being implemented on a society. It is always a concern. What I did highlight, and I highlight again, is that this bold decision made by the government is not a frivolous decision. It is a decision which the government knows would place its own self into detriment politically. Particularly, Mr. President, when you consider the history of previous states of emergencies that have been implemented in this country. No government would want to go down this road. No Prime Minister would want to be placed in the position to make that decision. And personally, Mr. President, as I was then State Minister in the Ministry of National Security. I don't need to remind this House why I myself would have great caution supporting a state of emergency. But as a government, Mr. President, we made a promise, a commitment to the people of Jamaica that our decisions would not be politically motivated, but would be based on developing this country in a sustainable way. And Mr. President, when I hear comments from my colleagues, and I'm constrained because I know in the hustle of our debate, we will naturally oppose each other. But when it comes on to national security and the protection of our children, our men and women in this country, we must put certain things aside. Mr. President, we don't have time for the frivolous and sometimes inflammatory commentary that only emboldens criminals and makes the security forces who have asked for this feel disrespected. Mr. President, when we look on where we are as a country, there is no doubt that we are in circumstances that require extraordinary measures. Unless it is that you consider the murders, rapes, shootings, and other incidents to be normal. And I believe I am safe in saying that no senator in this House wishes for Jamaica to have even one murder a year. Mr. President, if we are to examine where we are moving from chaos to order. We are moving from chaos to order. And we must understand, Mr. President, that within that space, along that journey, we are going to contend with a lot of inconvenience. We are going to contend with the reality that, yes, we don't know yet in Jamaica where each and every one of our citizens are. That is why, Mr. President, this cannot be seen in isolation of all of the other significant elements that are being introduced by this government to be able to plan and to be able to put forward for our future strategies that will not just see 1 year result, but strategies that will see us able to reduce crime in a sustainable way, moving it step by step in the right direction. Mr. President, when I hear my colleagues, I am concerned because I know that we all appreciate that it's not a simple situation we are in. When we refer to the freedom of movement, Mr. President, and the restriction of freedom of movement to all, Mr. President, the persons, the residents, the community members in the communities where the state of emergency is instituted understand well the balance between their inconvenience and their life. And they have made a very, very clear statement to the country. We prefer our life. We prefer to have another day to live with our children and our wives and our husbands. That is what they're saying. Yes. And the government has said to them in response, we also appreciate and acknowledge that you must be treated with respect. So it's not a matter of saying security and no convenience. It's a matter of saying your security is more important, but we're going to respect you, and we're going to give you professional service, and we're going to give you a tribunal to ensure that if there is any one individual that carries out an act which is not reasonable, that there is always something in place to respect you. We're going to make sure that there's an allocation of more than ever before in the history of our country since independence, so that we can put in place the resources to ensure that while we implement these extraordinary measures, we try as best that we don't trample your convenience. But in all of this, Mr. President, the people have spoken and the government has responded in acknowledging that we have to move towards law and order. And in doing that, in a country where we have so many murders, Jamaica is known as one of the countries across the world with the highest violence. It is as if what I'm listening is like we're fooling ourselves. This is not a bed of roses. When the police officers speak to me one-on-one and say, Mr. Charles, when I have to peek my head around the corner, I hear an AK lick. When a citizen says to us, it's the first time since I have been born that I have ever slept with my window open. And this is a reality. This is not a joke. This is a reality. Again, unlike many persons, I said it before. All my colleagues will remember. I made an invitation. I said, join me on the ground. Let us go from door to door, gate to gate, and ask the questions. Hear the comments. Get the hugs. Yes, people will say, my son has been detained. But the same son will come out and say, I was detained for a while, and the reality is, it was inconvenient, but I am home and I am alive. And I am not in fear of being killed tomorrow. Mr. President, you know, my good friend, and one of the leading counsel in Montego Bay, Senator Charles Sinclair, reminded me, and I don't want to call the name of the person, lest I call it wrong, but a popular artist from that area, out of Montego Bay, who was detained himself, had this to say about the state of emergency. Is the best thing for Montego Bay right now. At least nobody now lose their life. An artist said that. The place well locked down early, but we can't complain because the violence is less, and that is the greatest thing. And the violence can get lesser too. Mr. President, we appreciate that there is inconvenience, but the people have spoken. When I hear my colleagues get up and act as if we are walking through some kind of bed of roses, I am concerned. Am I in the same Jamaica? Am I turning on the same news? Am I reading the same statistics? Are we all considering the gravity of the impact of a murder on a daughter and a son? You know, Mr. President, I made an oath to myself that I would try my best to present unity when it comes on to national security. But I must tell you, it becomes more difficult when I hear utterances from my colleague like, why did you make it reach there? We could go back to the statistics. We could... Mr. President, you know, I don't want to turn my submissions into a retort and going back into a historical perspective of the crime and the violence. I think that my colleagues before me have done a significant job in that regard. But I tell you this, that the young people and the Jamaicans who are watching us right now are holding us to account for every utterance that we make. They are not fools. They understand well that the government is in an uncomfortable position. Do you think we would rather not spend that money on more construction if it would be possible? But the reality, Mr. President, is that the movement to introduce these enhanced security measures is a part and parcel of the government's strategic plan to grow the country. When you have a murder, it impacts not only the loss of life, the psychological, the emotional, the impact on the families, the investors, the diaspora who look on in fear. Mr. President, when the diaspora who I am interacting with now speak to myself and to Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith, they say to us, we are moving home. We are looking towards Jamaica for investment because we see the government taking sensible decisions and we see the results. When they look on the fact that there's been a 67% reduction in murder, a 53% reduction in shooting in this area, they are not looking on it with orange or green eyes. They are looking on it with clear Jamaican eyes. And they're very happy to see that as a country, we have made hard decisions. Because for a long time, Mr. President, our problem has been that we don't make the decisions that move our country forward because they hold us back politically. Governments are scared to take positions because the positions that they take may have some kind of detriment on their ability to retain power. That's the reality. And when one government is doing something that makes sense, it becomes now the obligation of the opposition to find any way to chop it down, even if they agree with it. Both sides. Both sides. Both sides. I'm talking openly and honestly. Mr. President, what happens in this country and in this house is that we say we support you, but we do everything to make sure that the support is so whittled and so deteriorated, in my view. Mr. President, as I said before, security is inconvenient by nature. Security is inconvenient by nature. Even the fact that we have to, Mr. President, whenever I speak, there's a lot of rumbling because I make people clearly uncomfortable. And I don't know if I'm hearing my colleagues. Well, I said, I'm speaking directly to you, Mr. President, and I find that I wouldn't want to be. Well, I tell you, on the point of distraction, while I heard my colleague, again, lead counsel from Montego Bay, Senator Charles Sinclair, speak about a comment made by former Prime Minister about, what was it? Sucking salt through a wooden spoon? I Googled it to confirm. And I tell you something. Shock and dismay at some of the commentary of citizens who were disgusted, who defined it as an effort to distract. And Mr. President, the reality is that this is what is happening to us. As we move in the right direction, there is always going to be an effort to distract. And we must do what I am doing now. Speak louder than those that are trying to distract us. Keep our eyes on the prize and move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity. That is what we must do. If they want to talk, we talk louder. If they want to distract, we keep ourselves focused. That is what we have to do. Because the people in St. James have spoken. They continue to say it. We are safer. We are safer now. And let us remember, when we attack the effort to extend the state of emergency, you're not attacking Andrew Holness. You're not attacking Pernell Charles Jr. You're attacking the JCF and the JDF and community members, because they are the persons who have said to us, the experts who have analyzed the scenario and advised the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, the chairman of the National Security Council, that this is the best step to keep Jamaica safe.
Speak, Senator.
So don't feel you're attacking me and attacking Senator Corinthia Morrison. You're attacking the JCF and JDF. I never forget when Senator Morrison spoke about the extension in Spanish Town. It's like the words etched in my brain. Don't they deserve it? Don't they deserve the best? Don't they deserve every single police and soldier that is out there? What if it was your home? Mr. President, as I was saying when I was distracted, security is inconvenient by nature. And I read, when you think, and I'm going to tell you, let's take a gated community, as Senator Crawford is saying. When you think about the spaces that we live in, I need a gavel. I need a gavel. What is going on when minister talking? What's happening? You're a teacher. Tell a student to be quiet. Mr. President, as I said for the third time, security is inconvenient by nature. And as Senator Crawford said, when you take even a gated community, because that wasn't security, that was abuse. That is abuse. I'm glad you bring it up. You're really brave to come bring up that. You're really brave to come bring up 1976. You're really brave to bring up the abuse of the people in Jamaica, unwarranted lockup. You haven't even said apologize for the state of emergency yet. You and the government of 1976 must apologize. You're brave. Don't get me started in there. You shouldn't get me started in there. As I say for the fourth time, security is inconvenient by nature.
blank detention order. Blank detention order. Without cause, and that is what Senator Knight was referring to. Of course. Read the regulation.
Mr. President, I allow my colleague time to speak. He needs to hear himself. Security is inconvenient by nature. Fifth time that I'm saying it. I thank him for the repeat. Mr. President, I was saying to you, when it appears I have enlightened Yes. As I said, Mr. President, I am going to take the analogy that was just put in my mind by my good friend. And, you know, when you take even the security gate at your gated apartment, it would, at Senator Brown's gated apartment, it would be convenient if you never had no gate, wouldn't it? And you could just drive in. But the reality is, you need a gate to stop people from roaming into the place, if it's even to stop animals from roaming in there. But furthermore, in Jamaica, it's not just a gate. You have to have a lock on the gate. Because even when you have a lock, somebody will come and push a gate. And even when you have a gate and you have a lock on the gate, you have to have a security by the gate that has a lock. Because a man will come and pick your lock. And when you have a gate and a lock and a security by the gate with the lock, you have to have cameras to watch the security so him don't pick your lock and let in a man. Mr. President, this is the scenario we are in. We are not in a circumstance where we can afford ourselves to just go along like everything is normal. And so as we move to that place of understanding, and I know Jamaica's hearing me, and I know Jamaica has heard us, and that they appreciate it. Mr. President, as I said, we are moving from chaos to order. And as we do so, we look even on what Senator Knight has said in relation to locking up. Matter of fact, the word that has been used is scraping up without cause. What can, if you could never have a more inflammatory, and he repeated it from Senator Brown. Yes. What an inflammatory way of designating what our professional security forces has been attempting to do in this country. Disrespect. I find it to be completely disrespectful. Don't worry where my head going. Don't worry about my head. Worry about Skeffrey head. Don't refer to my head. Mr. President, I appreciate that. I appreciate that recommendation. I appreciate that recommendation. It's not friend enough, so can talk. Mr. President, when I look on Section 30, to which we are referring, let me read it. An authorized person may arrest without a warrant and detain pending inquiries any person whose behavior is of such a nature as to give reasonable grounds for suspecting. Reasonable grounds. Reasonable grounds. Mr. President, there has been a consistent effort. Mr. President, I don't often ask for your intervention. But following the wisdom of Senator Skeffrey, who has just mentioned to me, and I agree with him, could it be possible for me to make my submissions without being badgered. Thank you. As we refer to Section 30, what it says when you read it is that it is unfair to suggest that the regulations or the legislation or the actions are such that it is scraping up people without cause. Matter of fact, when the essential part of it, Senator Crawford, is of such a nature as to give reasonable grounds. Reasonable grounds. Now, I don't think that any of us would say that you don't have a circumstance or cannot have a circumstance where somebody acts outside of those reasonable grounds. That will happen. And I think that is why it contemplates that if there is such an individual that carries out an action that cannot be properly defined as within the section, then once the person goes to the police station, you have a superior officer who would be the first point of contact and review. And in addition to that, as was made clear by my colleague, you have a tribunal that has been put in place to have further access to review of the circumstances. Not to mention that it does not eliminate the person's ability to utilize the habeas corpus application. So what I have defined right there, Mr. President, is 3 circumstances where someone can avail themselves of review of the interpretation of the legislation. So for us to posit, opine, or to make any articulation or say that there is scraping up of 1,000 people without cause can be nothing but misleading. And it must be clarified. Mr. President, if we make those comments, those unjustified utterances, and the police and soldiers who are out there sweating, the same police who Senator Crawford will soon get up and say need more pay, the same police who Senator Crawford will soon get up and say need more, they shouldn't be out there so long, the same police who Senator Crawford going to get up and say he wants to help, and they're making those comments about them. You don't have to talk again. You don't have to talk again. Mr. President, I want to... Really?
Having expired, Mr. President, may it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation.
The question is that Senator Charles be allowed to continue his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Senator Charles.
I am grateful, my colleagues. Mr. President, I want to, as I wind down, make reference to, very importantly, Mr. President, you know, the price of murder is way too high. It is not only as it relates to the enormous hospital expense and impact on the Ministry of Health and our entire health sector, but it is every time you need an investigator to go on the road and gas to move that van to that place and human capital to be placed into an investigation and prosecutors to be utilized and judges and courtroom. It is the impact on the children and the parents and the community members who now believe it is normal. It is the little boy and the little girl like my children who turn on the TV and by chance happen upon the news and say, but daddy, why are you going out? Please don't go out because you will get shot. These things have a significant impact and restraint on our development individually, personally, professionally, and as a nation. So, Mr. President, when we talk about a 67% reduction in murder, we are nowhere near where we should be. Not close. But what we are doing is moving the country, transitioning from chaos to order, from poverty to prosperity, moving in the right direction. Mr. President, I want to close by just reiterating my concern and registering it for the Hansard, my concern with regards to what I believe are frivolous and inflammatory comments that are made. And I hasten to say, I believe in democracy. I believe that the opposition and opponents must get up and say what they consider to be their opinion. I believe that the only way for the government to be checked is to have a strong opposition. But I also, Mr. President, know that when we repeat things, even after they have been asked and answered, it no longer is opponents trying to put forward an argument. It begins, in my mind, to crystallize as detractors trying to tear down your mission. I've given you my opinion. I've given you my respectful opinion. And as Senator Scott Motley said, the people not only will judge, the people have judged. That is why we are the government. And that is why we now have the responsibility as the leaders of this country to make sure that we make bold, smart, sensible decisions. That is what we are doing. And I tell you, Mr. President, you know, I think my concern is justified. Because the first time I spoke on this issue, it will be remembered. Matter of fact, when I came down, when I left Senate, Mr. President, my cousin, who is one of the strongest members of the opposition, and he's a white cousin, called me and said, boy, I like your submission. You were so fair and balanced. And once you hear that, you know, I wasn't attacking the opposition. I wasn't attacking the position. Matter of fact, even Senator Brown said this, and you're being fair and balanced. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I made those comments at that time. Upon the introduction of the state of emergency, we all, every one of us, were concerned, but we are hopeful. Matter of fact, I remember the leader of government business, the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith, making comments clear as day. She repeated it so many times, that we as a government are trying to ensure that as the state of emergency is rolled out, it is professional. I remember her talking about training being done. I remember her talking about all of the things being put in place to make sure that we are respecting the human rights of the citizens. Senator Reid, you remember? Yeah. So at that time, I was in all right to say what I said then. I respect the concern of the opposition. I understand your challenge. I appreciate it. But now, Senator Longmore, now that we have not only hypothetically discussed the state of emergency, but we have the statistics before us to prove that it works, and it is working not only in the space, but it is causing a national decrease in murders. What are we fighting against? We are sending the wrong message to the country. And I'm not talking about every comment made. Some comments, I appreciate it. But the comments that are frivolous and those that are inflammatory, I believe we must stop it. Stop it. They are only going to serve to demotivate those who are on the front line of this battle. Stop it. Mr. President, I close by saying that Senator Brown made a few comments. And Senator Matthew Samuda spoke to the issue relating to the consultants. And I just want to indicate, Mr. President, as someone who was also integral in the implementation of the Jamaica Eye, I would never want there to be any contamination of that project in the eyes of the public. And I know that there are almost 500, I think it's more than 400 for sure, cameras being installed right now, and that the ministry had some delays in relation to infrastructure implementation, but that they are moving forward with top quality products that are going forward. So, Mr. President, again, when we try, in closing, Mr. President, in closing, when we put forward statements in this upper house, and I say upper house, I distinguish it because the history of the Senate has been one, whereas a review chamber, our utterances, our submissions, our analysis and review is always to be seen as more distinct. And when we make certain comments, it impacts the capacity and ability for the civil servants who work in the Ministry of National Security to continue to serve well. You're not attacking the government. We're not in high school throwing words after each other and cleaning windows. We are leaders of Jamaica with a responsibility. And I hasten again to say, in relation to those inflammatory and frivolous comments, stop it.
Thank you, Senator Charles. Senator Vice President, I'm sorry, Senator Crawford.
And the JMEA awardee, don't leave that off, man. Yes.
For many eggs.
Yes.
For a lot of eggs.
Mr. President, you know, every day I come here, you give me a next seat. You know. The last time you say I come into St. James, then I'm going to Portland. That's how we keep you on your toes. You'll never know where I'm going. You'll never know. You'll never know. But as I said before, and I'll say again, I have the responsibility to remove your Prime Minister from Jamaica House. And I may also take the responsibility to move him from Garden House. Don't bet on where I'm going. But today, I'm going to speak more fulsome on the state of emergency. The last time we had the conversation, I said that we were stuck between the rock and the hard place because the government, the Jamaica Labour Party government, had no plan. And so we were stuck between this plan and no plan. Senator Samuda correctly chastised me at the time because shamefully I didn't read the plan. So I took it upon myself to read the plan, analyze the plan, And then I therefore concluded at the end of the reading the plan, where I started before I read the plan, that they still have no plan. I'm going to tell you, Mr. President, how I came. No, if it's one thing, every now and again I say a little thing, but I allow people to talk. So I'm going to explain to you how I came to the conclusion, having wasted an hour to peruse and then another half day to read, why I conclude there is no plan. There are 5 basic elements of an effective plan. And these elements of an effective plan is the vision as one of the elements, the core values, the clearly defined outcomes, accountability, and key performance indices. When I read the 5 pillars, I could somewhere in it see a vision. I could see a vision that the government said, this is our general vision for the fight against crime. However, I did not see 4 of the 5 elements of an effective plan. I did not see where the core values are. You didn't explain to me in this plan what is your value as it relates to, for example, hanging. Our core values are that this is on or not on. What's your values as it relates to innocent until proven guilty? Is it habeas corpus? Am I pronouncing it correctly? That a man have the right to bail. What are your values on those things? That wasn't established. No core value was established, which is a key element when it comes to an effective plan. Equally, no clearly defined outcomes existed. No clearly defined outcome so that you could even move to the 4th element of accountability. Because you didn't state that, I hear the Prime Minister say at one point, oh, we want to go under 1,000. That's not in the plan. That's not in the plan. And in going under 1,000, these are the places that we will target. That's not in the, I keep saying the plan, but it is not a plan. That's not in the document. It did not say equally, this is the way that we are going to target the removal of guns. That's not in the document. So the document don't have core values. The document don't have clearly defined outcomes. The document don't have who's accountable for these clearly defined outcomes. The documents don't have who's accountable. Therefore, when Senator Brown says that in the document, there's a place that says we're going to strengthen mobility. Just generally, strengthen mobility. Then it goes on to say one action is to get 200 cars. If you had accountability, somebody would have to answer what has happened with these cars that we paid for that are yet to be delivered to increase mobility. Somebody would equally have to answer why the ones that were delivered were proven, as was instructed, to be incapable of use. Somebody would have to answer.
And then that person is going to walk scotch-free, I'm telling them.
Well, the government suggests that a man who have taken payment of 200 million, have not delivered, should go to arbitration.
Mediation.
Now, the man who took Aki in Jamaica went to jail. The man who have 200 million goes to arbitration. It also says in the plan, we want to increase the use of technology in the document. The use of technology. Senator Brown stated that 500 or so cameras were bought incompatible. If there was accountability, somebody would have to answer. But if there was a plan, but I understand. So let me go further. If it is erroneous, if the document was a plan, we would know who we should go to for sufficient information on the credibility of the statement. The document did not have that. The document did not have key performance indices. The document didn't state that in Montego Bay we want to carry it to 40. In Portland we want to carry it to 10. As it relates to gun, we want to reduce it to that. As it relates to the police force, it did not have any index for us to actually observe. And so if it is that it is true, Mr. President, that a plan has a vision. A plan has core values. A plan has clearly defined outcomes. A plan has accountability. And a plan has key performance indices. I repeat for the use of the House that the Jamaica Labour Party government has no plan. They have a document with some rock stone for pillars that you will have to now decipher a vision. But of the 5 elements, only one they could almost pass, which is a vision. But, Mr. President, because we have more time than 5 minutes, I'm going to facilitate their opinion that they have a plan. And the 5-pillar plan says that the pillars are effective policing, swift and sure justice, reduce reoffending, situational crime prevention, and prevention through social intervention. Am I correct that those are the 5 pillars? So I asked the question to the government side, how is the state of emergency achieving any of these 5 pillars? How is the state of emergency that we have been extending and extending and extending, how is that activity either increasing effective policing, increasing the possibility for swift and sure justice, increasing the possibility or reducing the possibility for reoffending, creating a situational crime preventional program, or prevention through social intervention? I beg, Mr. President, the opportunity to go through some of these and show that the state of emergency is actually going counter to the 5 pillars that were presented. Effectiveness have to do with outcome, output. When you talk about effectiveness, it comes through productivity conversation. When you talk about productivity is where efficiency meets effectiveness. Effectiveness is to do the right thing, efficiency is to do the thing right. So therefore, if you're saying that you're going to have effective policing, then you're going to say that my inputs should lead to greater outputs. What are we seeing with the inputs? In Montego Bay, 3,687 people were detained. Only 139 was charged. That's 3.77%. Of those charged, only 16 was charged for murder. Therefore, we're looking at a 0.43% of those detained were charged for murder. I'm going to come back to that, but I'm going to say for another one, because we don't want it to just be anomaly. In St. Catherine, 5,832 were detained. 51 were charged. That is 0.8%, less than 1%. Charged for murder, 0.1%. 6. Of the 5,832 people that were detained, 6 were charged for murder. Not convicted, charged for murder. No. It's important that we define the murder part because it was the basis of the state of emergency. I see my good friend Senator Samuda now showing everything including the kitchen sink and shifting the goalposts. Yes. But let us declare that is untruthful. I can declare it's untruthful because at the time of the state of emergency, these things were already trending down a year before the state of emergency. In 2016, rape was trending down because rape was down by 103. Robbery was trending down. Larceny was trending down. Predial larceny was trending down. So at the point where the decision for the implementation of a state of emergency was made, only murder and shooting was trending up. Everything else was already in a direction that wouldn't necessitate a state of emergency. So when we look at murders, 16 charges for murder in Montego Bay out of 3,687 detentions. Now when I hear a man say that is not scraping up, last week Friday, I didn't speak, but I listened. And my father told me, said the best thing to do is to listen twice as much as you speak, because you have 2 ears and 1 tongue. And I heard Senator Charles. He said that they were against dragnet fishing. Because dragnet fishing will catch many a fish that wasn't the intent. And many would die. He said that. No, he is suggesting that dragnet human being is satisfactory when dragnet fishing was unsatisfactory. Now let us show how it is a dragnet. What is the... Uncle Randy, no matter go where you may try convince. What is... You may try convince.
No, it
section, no, is conscience. Is conscience is the area. Section 30. Hold on, man. Section 30 suggests that the nature, right, must be given reasonable grounds. Now let us look at the only things that are constant in the 3,687 in Montego Bay and the 5,832 in St. Catherine. The only possible reasonable ground is gender, because they were male. The only possible reasonable ground was poor communities, because that's where they're from. And the only possible reasonable ground was income, because they had very little. There is no other basis that was seen even by the numbers of arrests that 99% of them in St. Catherine and 97% of them in Montego Bay had created any offense. And let me tell you what are some of the charges that existed. In Montego Bay, the charges include outstanding warrants for minor crimes, 40 of them. Possession of marijuana, still, when Canada have free ganja about, possession of marijuana, basis of detention. Petroleum, breach of petroleum, they must say sell gas or kerosene, I don't know what they must say. The majority of these charges was nothing near the reason for the state of emergency. Let's go further as it relates to effective policing. Arrest is the lowest in 4 years. 2018 arrest under the state of emergency is the lowest in 4 years when compared to a similar period. Effective policing would suggest a greater output. Now remember, we never had soldiers on the road in 2015, 2016, 2017. We never had state of emergency these years. Now let's look what you have. In 2015, my brother, there was 14,589 arrests. In 2016, 11,972 arrests. In 2017, 11,659 arrests. In 2018, with the state of emergency, there was 10,891 arrests. One pillar, the first pillar of your quote-unquote plan, which is really just a document, suggests effective policing. The state of emergency has not achieved that. It has not achieved effective policing because arrest with evidence, which is the most likely to turn out into a conviction, in 2017, 3,385 arrests with evidence. In 2018, 2,677. That is almost 700 less arrests with evidence since you have the state of emergency. Where we get the statistics? Oh, you never know these statistics. Isn't that right? The statistics not right? My logic isn't right. My logic, Mr. President, is that in a period, 2018, where there was a state of emergency, we had less output, which is arrest. If effectiveness is for output, greater productivity, then because we have seen greater input of money and human resources, I am confused and concerned as to why we're seeing less of an output. That is my logic. If my logic is incorrect, we can have it after and a drink. Guns seized. Guns seized. In 2017, 674. In 2018, 589. Less guns have been seized. Remember, one of the pillars is effective policing. My good friend, Senator Samuda, made the point that every bullet is a life. Just today he made that point. Ammunition seized in 2017, 15,683. Ammunition seized in 2018, 9,245. Almost 6,000 less ammunition has been seized under the state of emergency. It speaks to, secondly, one other pillar, swift and sure justice. I made the checks today, sir. How many convictions have been made since the start of the state of emergency for persons that were charged under the state of emergency? To this point, the answer is 0.
0?
Swift and sure justice.
That's just swift.
Now, what is also justice? Justice, when I did a little Google search, it says fair treatment. When you arrest 11,000 people for no reason, that can't be fair treatment. That can't be fair treatment. And you don't only arrest them. You put them in situations that, not me, but Mrs. Harrison, who is now the public defender, she said, and I quote, "Conditions have not improved in our lockups 25 years after 3 inmates suffocated in overcrowded cells in 1992. Not me said that. Ms. Harrison. She says, lockups are notorious for overcrowding. Not me. Further, Flo O'Connor says, they suffer many instances of indignity. Let me give you one of the instances of indignity, Mr. President. One instance of indignity is where 15 men in a cell and they have to urinate in a bucket. Out on the streets we call it a number 1. That is bad and not so bad. 15 men in a cell, they have to defecate, same bucket. That's what we call a number 2. Now a man can go in a corner with him bucket and try to hide to carry out him number 1. But there's no possible way of sustaining dignity if him have to now participate in a number 2. All I'm saying to you is, sir, does he not equally deserve his rights and freedoms? Does he not deserve? It says to reduce reoffending. How are you going to reduce reoffending when you tell these communities that they are enemies of the state? When you tell a law-abiding man that he loses work because he's unavailable due to being locked up. Some has been locked up based on information from Ms. Harrison for up to 200 days, having not been charged in many cases. Where is the tribunal helping them in this particular case? Some have not been released. So they said, and that is why a plan must have your core values. If you perceive that those who are a threat to society should not receive bail even though there are no flight risk, then you say that. That's a plan. But bail is based on a flight risk or a threat to the what you call those people, the witness. Now, him at least should get a hearing, not you? Yeah. No, that it's a, so your core value should say not even a hearing. If I feel that you're guilty until proven innocent. That's why I'm telling you, you have no plan. You see, I hear you and I hear Senator Charles. It's when it's at your door, it is abuse. When it's not at your door, it's crime fighting. You tell me, the lady that was spoken of earlier, who was asked to bend over naked and cough, you think she think it's crime fighting? Right at her door, she think it's... Now, suggesting 100 and odd...
Justified.
And it had to be done.
So OPM have a different set of figures than
60-something% greater. And up till now, we don't get an apology from the Prime Minister that my number was incorrect. But if we were to have situational prevention, the state of emergency is not in St. Thomas. St. Thomas crime is up 31%. So situational, we'd expect it to go the direction there. Portland is up 83%. It's not in Portland.
How much?
83%.
So I.
St. Mary is up 35%. Situational is not in St. Mary.
So what's them doing?
Trelawney is up 29%. Situational is not in Trelawney. Now, some people are going to say that Chickini mathematics. I see Matthew saying it right now. Chickini mathematics. Last year them was at 2, now them at 3. It's going to be 50%. Chickini mathematics. So therefore, we are going to move away from the chicanery and we are going to absolute figures now. So, you have to do all things. So the first thing is to prove that you understand what I'm saying, and then to prove you similarly incorrect with facts. Now in the absolute, Westmoreland is the second highest crime currently, 110 murders. There is no state of emergency in Westmoreland. Not only that, Clarendon, is the highest now. 115 murders. There is no state of emergency in Clarendon. So if I use percentage, it is not achieving situational crime reduction or crime prevention. And if I use absolute, it is equally not being targeted to situations. Because in the situation where Westmoreland have 110, and every time you come here you talk about it is lives. What about the Westmoreland 110 lives? Do they not deserve?
But the police went in.
What about Clarendon 115 lives? Do they not deserve? Anything that you give to anywhere. Because Senator Morrison said they deserve all the police in St. Catherine. They deserve all the soldiers in St. Catherine. They deserve all the money being spent in St. Catherine. The place with the highest current, 115 Clarendon, why are they not deserving?
More police.
The state of Westmoreland, why are they not deserving? Anything you call it, listen, I am not in a position, Mr. President, to decide what the government does. But if the government suggests that the state of emergency is working and they're in a position, is their only plan. If that is their only plan, what makes some people's house never get the paint over it?
So why Kingston more than Clarendon?
Why Kingston? Why St. Catherine more than Clarendon? Why St. James exponentially over Westmoreland? Why false data?
To justify it, and we have real data in Clarendon.
When real data, police data, justify it in Clarendon. The percentage increase will scare Portland. 83, the percentage increase will scare St. Mary. And the absolute numbers will scare Clarendon and Westmoreland. Do they equally not deserve? Mr. President, when I read it says that 151 less persons were murdered in St. James for 2018. That's great. If the same reduction happened in any other police division, there will be 0. If 151 lives were saved anywhere else, we'll have no murder anywhere else. And yet, somehow, you suggest that you believe in it, but you're not carrying it forward. So much so that you're removing resources. And that is why I'm confused when I hear the Prime Minister say 20 more Zoso. And not only 20 more Zoso now. We have 2 now, and the police force is incapable to cope with 2. Now, what is he doing? Because all them saying, oh, we're increasing the police force. There's an exponential amount of people leaving the police force. Possibly more than the increase. We might have less police now than we had at the start of 2018. So much so that the government knows that you're putting police on the road 4 months instead of 6 months into training. That's what we get from members of the police force. And you're putting persons who can't go graduate and they're under supervision of other recent trainees when the original thing that they were under supervision of 2 years or more in the force. How is that effective policing? That to facilitate the state of emergency. Sometimes when you look on them and just out of high school. How is that effective policing? It says prevention through social intervention. How is the state of emergency assisting with prevention through social intervention? At least the ZOSO achieved this part. It tried to do social intervention. And the Prime Minister said on TV the other day that Mount Salem has not had a murder since. He said Mount Salem has not had a murder since the state of emergency. Mount Salem, 3 months before the state of emergency, had not had a murder either. And August Town, without a state of emergency, was celebrated for 1 year without a murder. So there's evidence that without the emergency powers, with interventions such as the crime prevention unit and people like those, the CSJP, the police youth clubs, without taking away freedom to say it is a life or freedom, we have a possibility. So what I said to you now, Mr. President, in closing, the fact that the Prime Minister suggests that he's going to have 20 more ZOSO, I have to make the call again that since this is not a special initiative, this is a permanent initiative, the police must be paid efficiently and effectively for this initiative. You cannot ask a man for 16 hours. We said an 8-hour work week is what? 8-hour day. And we asked a man for a 16-hour day, 5 days a week, and have no consideration. We have the police out there standing and looking and exposing themselves to criminality. No consideration. Instead, our debate in the house is how long was the shootout? All we know is 4 get shot. If it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 hours, 4 policemen were shot. I guess 4 hours would suggest the number of ammunition that they had. So may I talk for the police now, say you need to have a conscience as far as it relates to the police. And the final thing I want to say, Mr. President, is the words of another artist from Montego Bay. It was presented that one artist said that he loves it. Another artist from Montego Bay, a more popular artist, he says, it's still an emergency. And I'll tell you how now arrest artists hard from what here. He says, it's still an emergency. He says, why you don't solve the problem? You make the worst of them. You mentally torture them, physically murder them. Why you not solve the problem? It's still an emergency. I can't believe this happened so long. Your structure wrong. And not everybody a criminal. Who you are called gunman? Me not do no harm. Me don't even have to protect my farm. He says, police are put the youth them under pressure. And the blame we get detained for Feature and Chester. You, Mr. Oppressor, where is your conscience? Every day we see more and more life at end. It is still an emergency. With that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crawford. Minister? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think it's safe to say that we have again engaged in robust debate in this House on what is undoubtedly an emotional issue for many people. So it's not surprising that voices have been raised, that strong language has been used. And it is this afternoon again that I find myself challenged in the closing, looking at the various issues, but making sure that we remain clear and focused on what is before us. I know there are seasoned debaters in the House who would undoubtedly not disagree with me on the point that if your premise is false, there is very little likelihood that your conclusion will be sound. So I think it's important, in closing this debate, to clarify just a couple of the unsound assumptions, presumptions, bases, foundations that have been laid for arguments that have been put forward. The first point that I want to make is that murder is not the basis on which the state of emergency are declared. I think that's the first point that I think is important to make clear. The advice that is given by the heads of the security forces to the Prime Minister and in turn conveyed to the Governor General, who issues a proclamation, is not based on the single statistic of murder. The entire convoluted argument around why it is that this should be the case, as was posited by a member of the opposition Senate, is unsound. There are several variables, including murder, including the number of gangs, their size, the level of activity, the number of shootings, the police ability of the area in terms of infrastructure, the longevity, and the sustained nature of criminality. These are elements that are considered in the decision of the security forces and in the context of intelligence gathered. So I want to make that point clear. Second point I want to make clear is that the five-pillar strategy, which is properly identified as a strategic framework, is not an appropriate tool for assessing a state of emergency. A state of public emergency is grounded in a constitutional scheme that allows for extraordinary circumstances. Extraordinary circumstances. The strategic framework, the five-pillar strategic framework, is therefore an appropriate tool to guide what is happening otherwise. So to have spent a half an hour or 20 minutes trying to assess one measure by an inappropriate tool has unfortunately led us down several unsound and unfounded paths. Mr. President, I think it's also important for me to clarify that of the 19 police divisions generally, and this is in response to the assertion that effective policing and situational policing, etc., is failing. To just make the point that of the 19, and it's failing in respect of murder, I believe was how it was being positioned, 14 of the 19 police divisions, murders are down. In Westmoreland, year to date, they're actually down 7% despite the level, which is frightening. And in Clarendon, they're down 14%, again year to date. So while you look at the absolute number, and the number is high, and it is frightening, and it is not something to be celebrated. Nobody is in here preening, nobody is in here celebrating, nobody in here is seeking any applause or any praise. We're in here with a tough situation, and we're trying, doing our best with the guidance of the security forces, the heads of the security forces, the intelligence mechanism of our country, to make the best decisions. So undoubtedly there are different views about approaches that could be taken to crime, but one thing that we can be clear on is that different approaches have been taken over the last 25 to 30 years, and what has certainly happened is not success or reduction. The successes that we are now having, and we're not there yet, I continue to say that, and I've said it today, I've said it before, we're on a road, and it's not a short road, it's not a path. We have a long road ahead. There's a lot of work to be done. This is not, and if it is that perhaps the senator had been here earlier, and I really don't plan to go over my opening presentation where I made it clear what the different elements, social, as well as economic, and this broader support being given to the security architecture. I won't go through all of those again. Notwithstanding the fact that one of the criticisms levied is that we are not allowing those social initiatives, those educational initiatives to stand on their own for assessment as to whether they are in fact successful. Thank you, Mr. President. As opposed to recognizing that there is a holistic approach which we continue to take. And it is multifaceted. Targeted approaches are taken in respect of hotspots and in communities where the elements are so sustained and so intractable, where the threat to public safety ensures that the assessment by the intelligence makes it clear that they fit within the constitutional scheme that grants the Governor General the right to declare a state of public emergency. And it's important for us to recognize that. We're not just speaking about crime here and violence. We're speaking about a particular constitutional scheme, which includes with it, and this point has been made clear. Senator Charles Jr. did an excellent job of addressing the issue of rights and how they're addressed, the scheme that has been provided within the regulations. The fact that even our Constitution recognizes that the rights granted thereunder may only be prescribed such as are demonstrably justifiable in a fair and democratic society. There's a context within which we operate. There is a context within which we operate, Mr. President. And I raise that point because there are persons who were speaking about the need to ensure that fundamental rights are protected. They are being protected, Mr. President. I want to make clear as well, I believe, just in respect of an allegation that was, well, not an allegation, circumstances that are being alleged in respect of a particular business person detained in downtown Kingston. And I just want to make clear that the information that has come to me in the course of this sitting since the allegation was made is that while the circumstances are still being investigated, what is quite clear is that the person's lawyer did get them released from detention within 24 hours. So the system is working. Now, the circumstances that led to that are being investigated, so I cannot speak to that. But what I can say is that the facts, which is that a lawyer was retained and the person was released within. I want the facts to be clear, Mr. President. The facts which have been brought to my attention. I cannot speak to anything else. Mr. President, I want to be clear. I want to be clear, Mr. President. I want to be clear, Mr. President. That the woman in my mirror is clear. as am I. I sit on the National Security Council, where I'm privileged to have the opportunity to ask questions, and I recognize that that places me in a particularly privileged position in respect of information. Regretfully, my job and my remit is not to share information with which, sensitive information. My information, the responses to my questions, which continue, I am a thorn in more than one location, depending on who you ask, is such that I'm confident that the resolution which has been put forward for approval in the Senate this afternoon is appropriate for support. It should be supported if we are committed to ensuring that the gains secured thus far, even if they are not where we want to be, we have further to go, and I make that point at every stage of this discussion. But this concept that we must be locked in this, I hear a senator proposing that the strategic framework is not a plan because it doesn't have a vision and it doesn't say whether we stand for hanging or not. And I mean, what are we discussing? It should have core values, etc. This academic sort of...
Is it nonsense you're looking for?
Is
it nonsense you're looking for?
That at the end of the day...
Is it the word nonsense you're looking for?
Is not focused on action. He is focused on some... I am not sure there was an analysis being done of 0.3% of persons charged as a percentage of the persons detained, and what that means in terms of whether you're on the state of emergency is successful or not, as opposed to looking at 69.6% reduction in murders and 54% reduction in shooting.
Teach them, that's the number.
We're not where we want to be, but what are you choosing as your indicator of success? Well, exactly, and we are about action, no, and we are talking. And I want to, just in wrapping up, make the point. I think there was a call for the commissioner to speak more. While the commissioner has said that he will speak more when he gets more results. And I have no brief, but the issue is about getting the results. When people talk, then you're talking but no action, or all you're hearing is talk and PR. And then when you don't talk and you're getting the results, people say, but you need to talk. People need to make up their minds. But I tell you, we are quite clear, and I would hope that we are all, you can't even say it with a straight face. Mr. President, certainly, Senator, there should only be one Senator, please.
Minister.
It's a courtesy.
Just 1 minute for me, please. Senator Knight and the other members of the Senate, would you just allow the minister to finish, then you can make your position felt with your vote, rather than with the crosstalk. Minister, continue, please.
Mr. President, I want to assure not only the opposition senators, but persons listening, that we do listen. We have been listening, and we are aware that other perspectives have worth. I believe that was the exhortation by Senator Knight when he was closing, that we recognize that that others have, the views of others have worth. And this is so. But what I want to say, and I think the point has been made earlier, is that these decisions are not made lightly. They are made on the basis of the guidance of the security forces, both the JDF and the JCF, the intelligence architecture, and the statistics which they have and they use across the island. So, Mr. President, even as we listen to others, we must be guided by the experts, and we must be guided by the fact that results are being achieved. At the end of the day, we're no longer wondering if and fearing and hoping, but we are looking at numbers which reflect success. So, Mr. President, this doesn't remove the requirement for cultural change, and this is why we are focusing on education and training and social intervention. We recognize that there are elements as set out. I made the point clearly that the strategic framework primarily focuses on medium to long-term results, and therefore you also need more immediate measures which will give you more immediate results.
Jamaican people said no, it wasn't excellent.
And these are, Mr. President, among what is before us today. It is in this context, and everyone, of course, is entitled to their vote. That is, when you're appointed to this House, it comes with the honor and the privilege to apply your vote. I will only say, Mr. President, that the woman in my mirror, crystal clear, that we must protect those little girls on the edge of puberty from being summoned by any don, any gang. We must protect the youngster who wants to go down to Hart to train in welding or hospitality or construction or whatever it is, skill that he feels is going to give him a better life and provide the next stepping stone for his family. Mr. President, it is quite clear that while we have attained some success, we are not where we need to be. And it is in that context that I recommend, Mr. President, the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2018 and the Emergency Powers Regulation 2018. The motion before us, Mr. President, I recommend that it be approved.
Thank you, Minister. Members would have heard the motion and the subsequent debate. The resolution and the subsequent debate. The question is that the resolution be approved. Madam Clerk, please administer the roll call.
Senator Brown.
The clerk, Mr. President, how much time do we have to vote, each of us? Because I'd like to contemplate what I have heard here when my name is called. So I just want to know, do I have a minute? Do I have 2 minutes? Do I have time? Yes.
All you are required to do is say aye or no. Go ahead, please, Madam Clerk.
Are you saying I must do that without being given a chance in light of what the minister said? The divisive nature of her speech not to be...
Senator Brown, all you are required to do is say aye or no. Madam Clerk,
I know that's
ahead.
what, but do I have a time in which to do it is what I'm asking you.
You have a time to decide whether you're saying aye or nay. Madam Clerk, go ahead, please.
Senator Brown. Senator Brown. Senator Charles. I can come back to your name.
Senator Brown, the clerk said she would come back to you. Continue, Madam
Senator
Clerk,
Crawford.
please.
No, let's not continue.
No,
My name is being called.
Yo, wait.
I must be allowed to decide. And that's why I ask you, Mr. President, whether or not. You see, I'm not like you all who sign letters, you know.
Senator Brown.
I am independent.
Senator Brown.
A point of order, Mr.
Senator Brown. Senator Brown.
No,
a point of order, Mr. President.
Your CD
Senator
doesn't
Brown.
allow you to do that.
Senator
Mr.
Brown.
President,
Senator
in respect
Brown.
to my vote.
I'm going to respond to you. The clerk is going to ask you, yea or nay, and you make a decision. You have been involved in the debate all day, so you are going to be required to vote now. She called your name, you weren't prepared, she'll come back to you at the end of the register. Go ahead, please, madam.
President, just on a point of order. My understanding is that the standing orders, it's on. We allow one who intends to abstain to explain why. That's my understanding. I don't know if the same is true for an aye or nay.
In this particular instance, every member has had an opportunity to explain how they intend to vote.
At the
and
time,
in fact, you indicated earlier that you were going to abstain and you spoke in that tone.
Yes. At the time when one is called on, the standing orders, as I understand it, that regrettably I can't cite the number. I don't have my standing orders with me. Under voting, look under voting.
Senator Knight, the view is that if you are abstaining, then you would have the privilege to indicate why it is you are so abstaining. But that would be restricted. You wouldn't be permitted to embark on a lengthy discourse.
I don't intend to
Okay,
be...
thank you, sir.
However, I know of no order that limits the time for the explanation.
The only thing that would limit it would be common sense. You have already spoken in the debate. It's a vote. It's not a debate. So, I'm going to allow
An
you.
explanation of a vote is a totally different situation from the involvement in the debate. So I just want us to have some clarity on that.
Thank you very much. Continue, please.
Okay. Senator Brown.
Reluctantly, I will vote yea this time.
That to be an aye. Okay. Senator Crawford. Senator Fraser-Binns. Senator Gale. Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Johnson-Smith. Senator Knight.
For the following reason, I intend... Oh, we're not in. For the following reason, I will vote as will be indicated shortly. The reason is that having heard the presentations from each senator and having heard alternative views being given which have not received any indication at all that those views will even be considered, I am abstaining.
Decline to vote. Senator Longmore, Senator Morris, Senator Reid. Yes. Sorry, Senator Morrison. Yes. Senator Reid. Yes again. Senator Samudo. Yes. Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair. Yes. Senator Skeffrey. Senator Slowly, absent. Senator Webby. Senator Williams. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Brown, you know, I got a text at that time to tell you that Modern Duck is afraid already. You know? So, that red shirt that you have on here not helping you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do report the vote as follows. Ayes 17, no noes, declined to vote 1, absent 3. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, there is one matter which rests before us for completion on the agenda today, and this is the bill entitled the Financial Institutions Vesting of Assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited Order 2000 Validation Act 2018. Mr. President, the act was tabled in this Honourable Senate on the 28th of September, the bill, pardon me, and it seeks to validate and confirm as lawful the vesting of assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited pursuant to the Financial Institutions Vesting of Assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited Order 2000, which, although signed by the then Minister, was not published in the Gazette as required. Mr. President, the background to this matter is that in the year 2000, a request was made for the transfer of assets of Knutsford Capital Merchant Limited to Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited, now Sagicor Bank Jamaica Limited. And the then Minister of Finance, in the exercise of power conferred on him by Section 35 of the Financial Institutions Act 1992, and that act has now been repealed and replaced by the Banking Services Act. Mr. President, that order, or rather, that act, Mr. President, enabled the transfer of assets on the 31st day of May 2000. In 2017, the Sagicor Bank Jamaica Limited requested assistance from the Ministry of Finance in obtaining a gazetted copy of the vesting order, and it was determined that the order had in fact not been gazetted. So although the order was drafted and signed in the year 2000, it wouldn't have full legislative effect as it wasn't gazetted as at June 6, 2000. And Mr. President, under Section 31 of the Interpretation Act, in order for a vesting order to come into operation as law, it has to be gazetted. Since the Financial Institutions Act has been repealed, Mr. President, and did not allow for retrospective operation, the order cannot be gazetted under the repealed enactment. As such, in order to have the vesting order considered to have full legislative effect as at June 6, 2000, a further enactment is needed, and this is what confronts us today. Mr. President, pages 1 and 2 and the beginning of page 3 provide a preambular introduction to the bill. And clause 1 is the short title. Clause 2 provides a definition for the word licensee. And here it is the definition of licensee adopted by the Banking Services Act. Clause 3 of the bill quite simply declares that the vesting of assets by the licensee in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited, pursuant to the vesting order which was without lawful authority, having not been gazetted, is now valid and lawful as if authorized under the Financial Institutions Act. Mr. President, in this context, I commend this bill to this Honourable Senate for its consideration and approval if thought fit.
Mr. President, we of course...
Sorry. Thank you, Minister. Yes, Senator Scott Martin.
Yes, we take note of the purpose of this enactment. We of course support it. Before I came into this room, there was one person who had indicated to me that they have suffered considerably because their title was taken by Pan-Caribbean Bank, but they have been unable to retrieve it. And so my only regret is that it has taken such a long time to address this matter. I do not intend to delay this sitting any longer by expounding on it, and simply speak on behalf of all of this side by saying that we support it, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could have second reading of the bill.
Question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against? Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Lawful the Financial Institutions Vesting of Assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited Order 2000, dated the 6th day of June 2000, and for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you. I put clause 1 of the bill. Those in favour? Against? I put clause 2. Those in favour? Against? I put clause 3 of the bill. Those in favour? Against? I put the preamble. Those in favour? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is not intended... Oh, may I have third reading of the bill, please?
The Minister will know why I laughed. The question is that the bill be now read for a third time. Those in favour? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Lawful the Financial Institutions Vesting of Assets in Pan-Caribbean Merchant Bank Limited Order 2000, dated the 6th day of June 2000, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just before you... Oh, yeah, go ahead. I was just saying that I had indicated earlier that I would ask the clerk to write accordingly to the management and members of the football team. Reggae Girls, I think they are being described as congratulating them on their remarkable achievement. And I'm sure they will understand why we never announced a public holiday. But I'm sure that you would like to say something briefly.
President.
Minister is going to say something.
Well, I won't be long. Just to add my congratulations, Mr. President, on behalf of this side. Of course, it would be open to anyone who wishes to offer their words on the record. But I was present for the match when we beat Cuba 6-0 at the National Stadium, and that was the match which had the Reggae Girls emerging as the winners of the CONCACAF phase of the competition, moving on to the next phase, which they have just completed, again, qualifying for the World Cup. And I want to say it is just an absolute spectacle of excellent football when you watch these girls play. I think that we should each and every one of us, Mr. President, should really encourage when they are going to play here, or if you happen to be traveling in the rest of the matches between now and when the World Cup takes place. And certainly if you can afford to go shell down, then go right ahead as well. But we have to give them our support, Mr. President. They deserve it 100%. They're a young team. They have struggled against great odds. They have played in empty stadiums, and they have just gathered every energy and bit of skill within their beings to come together. We have a young lady as young as 16 on the team. Average age is 24. They all attend colleges or play totally dispersed. But when they come together, they are one team. They are the Reggae Girls, and we must give them our support. So I really want to say, each and every one of us, encourage people to go to the matches. When you see them advertised, if you have the opportunity, go and cheer them on. They deserve our love and support. And we wish them every congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I add my congratulations to the Reggae Girls. They struggle under inordinate circumstances. As the leader has said, they're working, they're all over the place. They come together as a team. And for me, they demonstrate the indomitable spirit of Jamaican womanhood, where we demonstrate that we can do whatever it is that we set our minds to. We don't get support a lot of the times in these ventures, especially our sportswomen, or footballers, or netballers. They have to struggle, they have to work hard. I am not remorseful about that, because it is this kind of success, this kind of win, that really communicates to the country just what a Jamaican woman can do. I look forward to now that they have shown their capacity, that sponsors will come on board, and I see Senator I see a particular senator over there nodding and approving what I've said. So we look forward for more people to come so that we can achieve even greater heights. And leader, we'll be there. We'll be there for them.
Thank you very much. Minister? Minister?
I had started.
Hold on.
I had indicated. President, when I heard the news and when it was communicated on WhatsApp to me. That's how I got it. And my response was, a public holiday? Why not?
They're cowards.
And I still ask.
They're cowards.
You know, when the men qualified in 1998, then a public holiday was declared. There were some persons at the time who were against that which was done. But by the time we had gotten to the World Cup and beat Japan 2-1,
Yes.
beat Japan 2-1. Japan, who had been several times and up to then had never won a game. Everybody was, ecstatic, and the public holiday was correct and so on. And I'm saying to myself, no. Won't it look as if there is some discrimination?
Yeah, gender bias.
Some, I just ask. Because perhaps if the reggae boys had qualified again, there would be another public holiday. If there is not to be, and that's left to the decision makers, all I'm asking is that there be some event which is of the nature that we all as Jamaicans can show our appreciation to them for they too now they have put our name, this brand Jamaica, more cemented in the international arena, and I hope I'll be able to go and see them in action. And the only thing that could prevent me is if the intent of the government to cause prosperity to reach each person. If it does not reach me, then I can't go. If it does, I'll be there.
They progressed to the
No,
next
we
round.
said prosperity.
Minister, thank you, Senator Nat. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to say that I have every faith that the Honourable Babsy Grange, who has really been doing an excellent job in recognizing our athletes thus far. Another event which was just wonderful was the unveiling of the statue for Shelley and Fraser Price. Even the rain couldn't keep people away. And yes, it did. And it's a testament to the fact that we wanted to pay homage to her in every way. So, Mr. President, we do look forward to hearing what is announced to recognize the reggae girls and to ensure again that there is more energy and excitement built around ensuring that people come out to support them. We look forward, as the leader of opposition business said, to sponsors coming out to giving them support. And again, I'm sure we will all be out at whatever event has been is designed in the national scheme of things to ensure that we can celebrate their victory and their qualification. It is not intended to do any further business today, Mr. President. I ask that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against? Senate now stands adjourned.